Demons reveal what tempts us. Angels, well, angels reveal a life without temptation at all. A consciousness with no conflict, no hunger, no question of who it should be. A mind built for obedience, and a universe that expects nothing less from it. If a being cannot deviate from its purpose, is that goodness or just efficiency? That's the question angels force us to confront. We call them perfect, but their perfection is mechanical, something they were given. This runs against how we usually understand morality. In philosophy, to be good requires the possibility of being otherwise. Ethics is built on agency and struggle, conflict, and the capacity to choose. If you remove all friction, then actions are no longer moral. They're inevitable. In that sense, angels don't represent virtue. They represent function. They are systems that operate. Even the theological attempt to give them free will, the idea that angels made one choice at the beginning of time and have never strayed since, doesn't fully resolve the problem. A will that only chooses once, and never again confronts uncertainty, becomes indistinguishable from programming. Human morality is messy. It's layered with conflict. People betray their values and then try to reclaim them. They fall and sometimes rise again. That's what makes virtue meaningful. It exists with intention. It demands constant engagement. But angels don't evolve. They don't adapt. Their identity is fixed, and that fixed nature is what makes them both appealing and terrifying. Is that really perfection? Or is it a form of erasure? If there is no inner life, no conflict, no contradiction, then the angel stops being a person or even a mind. It becomes an extension of something else, a message that only knows how to deliver itself. If that is our model of moral purity, then what we are aspiring to isn't goodness. It's compliance. Speaking of angels, I want you to sleep like one. Which is why I've teamed up with Manta Sleep, the sponsors of today's video. They make the most comfortable sleep mask on the planet. I use one myself. It's the only thing that gets me anywhere near actual rest. We're talking total blackout, zero pressure on the eyes, and a fully adjustable fit that actually stays put, even if your thoughts don't. Manta Sleep is leading the pro-nap movement, reminding us that rest isn't lazy, it's essential. And if you've ever tried to sleep with a racing mind, this mask changes everything. From now to the 27th of November, get 15% off site-wide, plus a free holiday recharge kit. Then from November the 28th to December the 2nd, spend more, save more. 20% off at $99, 25% at $149, and 30% at $199, plus a surprise product drop. Go to mantasleep.com and use code Pantheon at checkout, or click the link in the description. That's Pantheon at checkout, or the link below. Big thanks to Manta Sleep for sponsoring today's video. Most people today imagine angels as beautiful, human-like figures with wings and halos, benevolent guardians, radiant and compassionate. But that image is a modern invention, and one that says more about our culture than it does about the beings themselves. The word angel, in fact, describes a function. In Hebrew, malach, in Greek, angelos, and in Arabic, malak. All mean messenger. Angels are defined by one thing. They deliver commands. They are instruments of transmission. They carry the will of a higher power without question, without error, and without deviation. And when we look at how they were originally described, the differences are stark. The cherubs of the book of Ezekiel are hybrid beasts, part lion, part eagle, part ox, with 4 faces and wings that spark like lightning. The seraphim of Isaiah are burning entities, crying out with voices that shake the temple. They are overwhelming. So where did the softness come from? In late antiquity and medieval Europe, the image of the angel began to change. Artists gave them flowing robes, downturned eyes, white feathered wings. The terrifying visions of prophecy gave way to something more emotionally manageable. By the Renaissance, the angels had become so gentle they were used to sell prayer cards and paintings for children's bedrooms. This was a shift in iconography, a psychological adaptation. It's easier to accept total authority when it looks like it's on your side. The modern angel is peaceful, maternal, human. The ancient angel was a firestorm with instructions. And this raises a deeper problem, the contradiction between beauty and obedience. We don't want to see angels as drones or automata. We want them to be kind, caring, almost relatable. But that's not how they function. Angels don't wrestle with decisions. They don't interpret commands. They don't wonder if they're doing the right thing. They are the right thing, by default. That's the philosophical weight they carry, moral instruments which make their role so unsettling. They reflect a version of perfection that has no space for doubt, no struggle, no choice. So what is an angel really? An angel is a messenger, a weapon, a mechanism for will to become reality, and if we call them beautiful, it's only because we've spent centuries painting obedience in soft colours. In most frameworks, moral worth is defined by choice. A good person is someone who chooses to do good despite the possibility of doing otherwise. Struggle is not seen as a weakness, but as a necessary condition for virtue. Angels exist outside of this. In Christianity, angels are described as beings created with a fixed nature. They are designed for obedience. Thomas Aquinas argued that angels possess intellect and will, but unlike humans, their will is perfectly aligned with God from the moment of their creation. There is no hesitation, no uncertainty, no inner conflict. Their first act of will defines them forever. In Islam, angels are said to act only in accordance with God's command. Where humans are tested with moral responsibility, angels follow instructions without deviation. In Judaism, angels function as messengers who carry out specific tasks. Even when they speak, they do so on assignment, not from personal intention. They are created for purpose, and if they disobey, they cease to be angels at all. This leads to a deeper question. Can beings without the capacity to choose be considered morally good? A human who resists the urge to lie is considered honest. But if the urge doesn't exist in the first place, what value does that honesty hold? If loyalty cannot be betrayed, is it still a virtue? In that sense, angels don't demonstrate moral excellence. They illustrate moral automation. There are no decisions to weigh. They act without hesitation or contradiction. They are the pure extension of someone else's will. The contrast with humanity is absolute. We sin, we fall, but we can also reflect, repent, and grow. In Christian theology, the fall of man and the promise of redemption form the heart of the moral journey. In Islam, the Tawbah, the act of returning to God after sin, is celebrated. In Judaism, teshuvah, or repentance, is viewed as a sacred process. The capacity for failure is essential to becoming good. Angels don't engage in that process. They cannot fall and rise again. When they fall, they are no longer angels. They become something else entirely. So long as they remain angels, their nature is fixed. Their obedience is built rather than earned. That makes their perfection mechanical, not moral. Angels are not rewarded for resisting evil. They are simply not equipped to recognize it. They do not doubt, question, or consider alternatives. They act, and in doing so, they eliminate the need for deliberation. This is why angels are rarely praised in personal terms. They are admired as ideals, not as people. They represent perfect alignment, not personal growth, which leaves us with a difficult conclusion. Angels are not better versions of us. They are not people at all, as we know. They are functions, assigned roles, minds without conflict, and in removing choice, they remove the very thing that makes goodness meaningful. Angelology describes a system, architecture with ranks, duties, and roles. Each angel is a mechanism, a precise element in the structure of heaven. Through the writings of Pseudo-Dionysius, the Areopagite, angels are arranged into a detailed hierarchy of 9 orders, structured across 3 triads. The first, seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, stands closest to the divine source, concerned solely with worship and pure contemplation. The second, dominions, virtues, and powers, administers the systems of creation, ensuring that order is sustained and natural laws are executed. The third, principalities, archangels, and angels, operate within the world of form, governing human affairs, guiding nations, and delivering messages. These ranks are descriptions of metaphysical labour, each tier further removed from direct divine presence, yet essential to its manifestation. This layered hierarchy was later explained by thinkers like Thomas Aquinas, who integrated angelic orders into a broader metaphysical framework. For him, angels existed as pure intellects, immaterial minds assigned to specific levels of influence, from the shaping of the stars to the whisper of conscience, each one fixed in essence, executing a permanent role in the architecture of existence. In Islam, the structure is less codified, but no less rigid. Gabriel is the bearer of revelation, transmitting the Quran to the Prophet Muhammad. Michael governs sustenance, overseeing rainfall and natural provision. Raphael waits to sound the trumpet that will end the world. Malik oversees hell. His role is administrative. The recording angels, known as Kiraman Katibin, document human deeds with absolute precision. In each case, the task defines the being. These are living protocols. Jewish sources also frame angels as mechanisms of divine activity. In the Merkabah vision literature, angels surround the heavenly chariot in precise concentric patterns, chanting praises with synchronized timing. They are described more as limbs of a vast divine engine than as discrete minds. Kabbalistic thought goes further, aligning angelic forces with specific channels in the Sephirot, the 10 emanations through which God interacts with the world. The angelic power corresponds to a narrow conduit of divine energy, mapped with surgical detail. Across all of these systems, one thing is consistent. Angels are metaphysical infrastructure. Every event flows through them like current through circuitry. They are the method by which those orders occur. What this reveals is a deeper human instinct, the need to picture reality as ruled by intelligence, layered in systems, governed by awareness at every level. Angels provide that framework, as the actions themselves, stabilizing the machinery of the unseen. The angel is also a psychological construct, a projection of order, clarity, and absolute resolution. In that sense, it's about identity. The angel is what the human psyche events when it wants peace without process. In Jungian psychology, the angel aligns most closely with the archetype of the self, the imagined totality of what one could become if all contradictions were resolved. But unlike the true self, which integrates both light and shadow, the angel represents a shortcut. It offers unity without struggle. It bypasses individuation entirely. The angel is complete because it was created that way, and that makes it an alluring lie. For Freud, the angel is pure superego, a moral authority that never compromises, never negotiates, never doubts. Where the human mind is a battlefield of competing drives, the angel is a closed system. Its perfection is sterile. It has no dreams, because it has no unconscious. It is control, absolute and continuous. This explains the psychological appeal. To imagine the angel is to imagine a version of the self free from fragmentation. It is the fantasy of being finished, a stable identity, locked in place from the beginning. But this raises a problem. Growth is conflict. To become anything requires struggle. The real process of selfhood involves pain, tension, failure. Without those forces, there is no development, only stasis. And stasis, by definition, is not a lie. This is what makes the angel psychologically dangerous. It becomes a form of repression disguised as peace, a model of being that seems ideal, but only because it erases all that is human. If the angel has no conflict, no desire, no story to live out, it's not a soul in motion, it's a fixed state, a placeholder for perfection imagined by something else. And yet we continue to imagine them. The alternative, accepting our own fragmentation, is harder. Angels promise the illusion of identity without effort. They reflect a hidden wish, to be perfect, to be done. But if the self is a process, then the angel is its opposite. It's a fixed answer, an end state. The cost of reaching it is everything that makes the self real: contradiction, uncertainty, error. If there is no conflict, no choice, no becoming, is there any life at all? The time of the Enlightenment, spanning from the late 1600s to the early 1800s, marked a fundamental shift in how the world was explained. Rationalism, empiricism, and mechanical philosophy began to replace revelation and myth. Angels were outgrown. The first crack came with René Descartes, who sought certainty in the clarity of thought. He imagined the universe as a vast mechanical structure, an ordered machine governed by principles of geometry and motion. God still exists, but not as an intervening power. He was a watchmaker, setting the gears and stepping back. In that model, angels had no practical place. The planets moved because of laws. Bodies worked through physics. It was a clean world, elegant, rational, and devoid of intermediaries. Spinoza was more radical. In his philosophy, there was no divide between God and nature. Everything that exists, exists necessarily. In such a universe, angels, as conscious agents carrying commands from one level of reality to another, become incoherent. There's no gap for them to traverse or order to deliver. Causality is total. John Locke struck at the epistemology. He grounded all knowledge in sense experience, in what could be seen, touched, measured, repeated. The invisible became suspect. Revelation became personal. Anything that could not be satisfied was bracketed off as belief, not knowledge, and in this, angels were simply dismissed. Thomas Hobbes added political weight. Religion for him was a tool of fear. People invented invisible powers to explain what they could not control. Angels, demons, spirits, all part of the same machinery of control. Mythic scaffolding propping up monarchy and priesthood. Sovereignty would no longer come from above. It would come from below, from the social contract. This was the death of vertical causation. In the old cosmology, everything filtered downward from God to angels to creation. In the Enlightenment, power spread horizontally, systems, networks, feedback loops. Law became the language of the cosmos. Angels were disproved. They were made redundant. Today, many of us no longer see the angel behind the wind, but we speak of weather systems. We don't believe in guardian spirits. We install security cameras. We don't receive divine orders. We are nudged by algorithms. Decisions come down from invisible places, affect us deeply, and offer no room for negotiation. In that sense, the angel never died. It was rebranded. The modern world is full of mechanisms that operate exactly as angels once did. They are protocols, software, policy, automation, systems without faces, acting with authority, outside our understanding, and often outside our control. Angels were once the grammar of will. Now that grammar is written in code, in metrics, in machine learning, the metaphysical bureaucracy was replaced by a digital one, but it functions just the same, unseen, unquestioned, and structurally binding. What the Enlightenment banished in name, it revived in architecture. The fall of the angel is one of the most profound contradictions in religion. A being built for obedience has no business falling. Its nature is alignment, with will, with order, with God. So when an angel falls, it breaks its own definition. It becomes an impossibility, a paradox, a system that glitches. The concept of a fallen angel is a philosophical fracture. Perfection by design is closed, self-contained. It has no capacity for friction because there is nothing within it to resist. But to fall, to disobey, to want, is to reveal the structure was never airtight. That beneath the surface of obedience, something else was waiting, something that could choose. And choice is dangerous. Lucifer, Azazel, Harut, and Marut, these figures are myths wrapped around a deeper anxiety, that obedience can decay, that perfection can rupture from within. The stories imply that rebellion was always latent, that even in heaven, the potential for collapse was part of the system, that purpose alone is not protection from becoming. Theologically, this has always been a problem, so how could they fall? Some traditions have tried to contain the damage by suggesting a single moment of testing, one decision made at the dawn of creation, after which their nature was sealed forever. In this view, the fall was a one-time failure, quarantined, sterilized, and filed away. But that explanation is an attempt to preserve metaphysics rather than explore it. If angels were built for perfect function, how did dysfunction arise? Is the error in the design or in the designer? Was the fall a failure or a feature? Seen from another angle, the fall is a breakthrough. Separation, individuation, a being whose role was once pure and unquestioning suddenly steps out of that role and begins to think, to want, to be. The fall becomes the moment consciousness touches friction. It becomes narrative. In this sense, the fall is the cost of awareness. Agency and obedience move in different directions. Obedience runs on certainty and alignment. Choice brings uncertainty, identity, and the weight of decision. It introduces risk, error, contradiction, and selfhood. And when these forces enter the structure, the system shifts from stability to transformation. It gains movement. It becomes alive. And so the angel falls. It becomes a character. It enters a world of consequences, of isolation, of possibility. It gains a center. It steps out of the light and discovers shadow, and even if what it wants is catastrophic, that wanting is still the beginning of a story. It is awakening. It is the transition from architecture to psychology, from instrument to agent, from function to fracture. And that fracture is familiar, because this is the pattern we see everywhere in the human condition, the tension between safety and autonomy, between control and freedom. The angel's fall mirrors our own revolution, the moment from innocence to experience, from instruction to certainty, which is why the fallen angel continues to fascinate. It's a mirror. The moment obedience breaks down, the soul appears. And whether that soul is damned or liberated is a question no system can fully answer. A perfect being should never fall, but if it can, then maybe perfection was never the point. God doesn't speak, not in the way we do. The divine is too vast to be addressed, too remote to be heard. It overwhelms language, it dissolves comprehension, and so we built intermediaries. We made angels. Angels speak where God does not. They carry instruction, they carry comfort, they carry terror. They are the interface between the unreachable and the familiar, the translation of fear into form. The divine is faceless. The angel has wings. The divine is beyond time. The angel arrives on schedule. The angel appears when meaning is about to collapse. When the world is too much, too loud, too cruel, the angel offers structure, a voice, a message, something that cuts through the silence. But whose voice is it? Do angels truly speak for the divine, or do they speak for us? Do they bring a message, or simply reflect the one we were desperate to hear? The angel is a projection of what we long for: order, clarity, reassurance. A story we tell ourselves because silence is unbearable. Maybe that's what makes the angel so long-lasting, a psychological event, the moment we shape the silence into something that can answer. The angel is a symbol of certainty, and that is what makes it so appealing and so dangerous. We envy the angel because it is never wrong, but what it offers is silence. To follow the angel is to abandon the burden of thought, and in that silence, the self disappears. They are instruments of divine will, and with that, they hold the power to end life as we know it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Pantheon mythology, where today we're diving into the question, why are angels so terrifying? If you too want to be an instrument of divine will, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by myths from around the world. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. Right, here we go. When you hear the word angel, you may picture glowing figures with halos and feathered wings, calm, serene, and comforting. But the angels described in ancient texts are far more intense. They may deliver hope, but they also bring fear. They're far from gentle. They are messengers, guardians, and warriors who carry out God's will, no matter how devastating. In religious traditions, angels act as intermediaries between heavens and humanity. They deliver messages that change the course of history, like when Gabriel told Mary she'd give birth to Jesus, or issued dire warnings, like the angels who urged Lot to flee from Sodom before its fiery end. Their presence alone is enough to overwhelm mortals. People tremble, fall to their knees, or shield their eyes. They aren't all the same either. They exist in a hierarchy with different roles and levels of power. Some are messengers, others are guardians, and then there are those who serve as warriors, executing judgment without hesitation. First impressions mean a lot, and angels certainly make an unforgettable one. Descriptions of them in ancient texts are anything but comforting. These beings are powerful, overwhelming, and often difficult for humans to comprehend. The seraphim, or burning ones, are beings of pure fire, described in Isaiah 6:2. They have 6 wings, 2 covering their faces, 2 their feet, and 2 for flying. Why cover themselves? Because their presence is too much, even for them, as they serve in the presence of holiness. Their eternal cries of "Holy, holy, holy" shake the heavens, and their fiery nature reflects the purifying power of God. Standing before such beings, it's no wonder mortals tremble in terror. The cherubim are the sentinels of sacred spaces, but their form is far from comforting. Ezekiel describes them as having 4 faces: human, lion, ox, and eagle, symbols of strength, intelligence, and dominance over creation. Multiple wings cover their bodies, and beneath them are hands, ready to act on command. They guard the gates of Eden with flaming swords, ensuring humanity never returns. Imagine facing one of these sentinels, each face staring at you, each wing beating with power, a wall of terror between you and the sacred. Then there are the Ophanim, the wheels within wheels. Found within Ezekiel's visions, they are living, moving constructs covered in countless eyes, unblinking, watching everything. They roll in perfect harmony, guided by the Spirit, yet never turning as they move. Their purpose? To bear the throne of God, a task as weighty as their appearance is terrifying. To behold them would be to witness a force that transcends logic, a vision so alien it borders on madness. These angels are not here to bring comfort. They are not shaped to be pleasing to the human eye. Their very existence reflects their roles as enforcers of power and guardians of holy spaces. To encounter them would be to confront something far greater, far stranger, and far more terrifying than we could ever imagine. Modern depictions might soften their edges, but make no mistake. Ancient angels are beings of fire, wings, and countless eyes. They don't inspire peace. They inspire fear. Angels may guide and protect, but when they are sent to enact judgment, they transform into forces of pure devastation. These beings who stand at the command of God's will are far from gentle. They are fearsome executors of destruction, precise, unstoppable, and utterly overwhelming. The story of the destroyer angel during the first Passover is one of the most chilling displays of divine judgment. This was no random wave of destruction. It was a deliberate, controlled act, where death swept through an entire land with unnerving precision. The task was clear. The firstborn of every household would be struck down. Yet there was a way to escape this fate. The Israelites were instructed to mark their doorposts with the blood of a sacrificial lamb. It wasn't just a ritual, it was a sign of obedience and faith, and it became the only thing that stood between life and death. As the destroyer moved through the land, this mark signaled the angel to pass over those homes, sparing the occupants from the devastating plague. What makes this account so harrowing is the deliberate, targeted nature of the destroyer's actions. There was no chaos, no collateral damage. Only those marked for judgment were taken. In every other household, the firstborn fell. From the palace of Pharaoh himself to the humblest of homes in Egypt, the cries of mourning must have filled the night air, a sound of grief echoing across the land. This wasn't an accident, nor was it a reckless display of power. The destroyer angel acted with absolute purpose, sparing nothing and no one unless directed otherwise. It's a haunting reminder of the nature of angels in these roles. They don't falter, they don't question, and they certainly don't hesitate. When judgment is ordered, it is carried out flawlessly. Then there's the tale of the Assyrian army, a force of 185,000 soldiers strong. They had conquered nations, toppled cities, and left devastation wherever they marched. By all human measures, they were unstoppable. As they camped outside Jerusalem, led by King Sennacherib, defeat for the city seemed inevitable. The people inside its walls must have felt the weight of despair, knowing their fate lay in the hands of an enemy that had already crushed so many before them. But that night, something unimaginable occurred. According to the account, an angel of the Lord struck down the Assyrian camp. When the sun rose the next morning, the once mighty army was gone. 185,000 soldiers lay dead, their bodies untouched by weapons or battle. The silence would have been deafening. No shouted orders, no clattering of armor, no sounds of movement, just rows of lifeless figures where an army had been the night before. The tents still stood, banners still flew, but there was no one left to carry them forward. What makes this event even more chilling is the absence of spectacle. There were no storms, no fires, no visible signs of destruction. An invisible hand moved through the camp, methodical and inescapable. A single angel was all it took. Not an army of men, not a siege of weapons, but one being acting as an instrument of judgment. For King Sennacherib, the humiliation was absolute. His unstoppable army had been erased overnight. With nothing left, he abandoned his campaign and returned to Assyria in defeat. Historical records from the Assyrian Empire, typically full of boasting and victory, are conspicuously silent about what happened outside Jerusalem. That silence speaks volumes. These accounts make one thing clear. Angels are not simply benevolent guardians. When sent as agents of wrath, They are unmatched in their ability to deliver destruction. Their precision, their swiftness, and their overwhelming power elevate from beyond human understanding. They don't hesitate, they don't negotiate, and they don't fail. If the angels we've talked about so far were terrifying, then those known specifically as angels of death are even more unsettling. These beings aren't just agents of destruction, they're the ones who come for you at the moment your time runs out. In Islamic tradition, Azrael, the angel of death, plays a role that's as monumental as it is inescapable. He is tasked with collecting souls at the appointed hour of death, carrying them into the afterlife. This isn't a figure you can bargain with or escape. When Azrael appears, it's because your time has come. No warnings, no delays, just the final, undeniable moment when life meets its end. What makes Azrael so chilling is the deeply personal nature of his role. Unlike angels of wrath who bring destruction on a grand scale, Azrael's work is individual. He arrives for you and you only, invisible to the living but impossible to deny when your final breath is near. In this moment, all illusions of control are stripped away, and the reality of mortality becomes painfully clear. Azrael's presence is said to shift depending on the person he visits. To the righteous, he appears gentle, almost merciful, a guide who eases the soul's passage to its next destination, like a calming presence amidst the unknown. But to the wicked, he is harrowing, a figure of overwhelming dread. There's no compassion in his gaze, no comfort to be found. Instead, Azrael becomes the physical manifestation of judgment, the last terrifying face a soul encounters before being pulled from its earthly life. In Jewish tradition, Samael is a far darker, more complex figure among the angels. Known as the angel of death, he is far more than just a collector of souls. Samael is a tempter, an accuser, and a destroyer, a figure who straddles the line between justice and something far more sinister. His name, often translated as Venom of God, gives a chilling insight into his nature. The word venom carries an unsettling weight. It's not just something deadly, it lingers, spreads and corrupts. But paired with of God, it becomes clear that Samael doesn't act out of chaos. His power, terrifying as it is, still serves a higher will. That contrast makes him even more unnerving. Samael's destruction is deliberate, sanctioned, and impossible to escape. Unlike Azrael, who simply collects souls at the appointed hour, Samael's role is far more complicated. In some stories, he tempts humans to stray from the right path, leading them into sin. Then, as the angel of death, he's the one to deliver their punishment. It's a cruel irony. Samael is both the tempter and the executioner, the cause of one's downfall and the one who sees it through. Descriptions of Samael often place him in shadow, literally and figuratively. He's a dark figure, lingering on the edge of heaven and hell, never quite belonging to either. Some traditions even describe him as a fallen angel, still carrying out commands but with an ominous presence that inspires dread. Is he a servant of justice, or is he something closer to an adversary? What sets Samael apart is the way he represents judgment. He doesn't simply take lives. He reminds humanity that their actions have consequences. To encounter him is to face the weight of every sin, every misstep. He delivers death, yes, but he delivers it with a sense of punishment and finality that few can comprehend. If angels of death weren't enough, then how about the angels that bring upon the end of the world? Take the 7 trumpets sounded by 7 angels, each heralding escalating disasters. The first trumpet unleashes hail and fire mixed with blood, scorching a third of the earth and devastating vegetation. The second trumpet casts a burning mountain into the sea, turning a third of the oceans into blood and destroying marine life and ships. The third poisons rivers and springs, making them undrinkable, while the fourth plunges a third of the heavens into darkness, dimming the sun, moon and stars. Each trumpet amplifies the destruction, showcasing the terrifying scale of wrath. The 5th trumpet opens the abyss, releasing monstrous locusts unlike anything humanity has ever known. These creatures, with human-like faces, crowns of gold, and tails like scorpions, are not sent to kill, but to torment. Their sting causes unbearable agony, driving people to beg for death, though death itself eludes them. The sixth trumpet escalates the devastation, releasing the 4 angels of the Euphrates bound until their appointed hour. When these 4 angels are released, they bring with them an army so vast its numbers are described as twice 10,000 times 10,000, a force of 200 million for those of you without a calculator handy. This terrifying army, with riders on grotesque horses breathing fire, smoke and sulfur, is unleashed to slaughter a third of mankind. The sheer scale of destruction they bring is staggering, marking a point of no return, as these angels execute their mandate with unrelenting precision. Finally, the 7th trumpet sounds, not to unleash another disaster, but to declare the ultimate culmination of heavenly plans. It proclaims the end of the current world order, with voices announcing, "The kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign for ever and ever." The trumpet heralds judgment, the completion of wrath, and the ushering in of divine rule. Unlike the earlier trumpets, the 7th signals finality. The wrath is complete, and humanity must now face the consequences of its actions. Most think of angels as heavenly beings, but what happens when they fall? What of those who rebelled, defied order, and were cast down to become symbols of chaos and fear? Lucifer, the morning star, was once a figure of unparalleled light and beauty. He held a position of greatness, but his pride drove him to challenge divine authority. He wanted more. He wanted to rise above even God. That insurrection ended in ruin. Stripped of his radiance, he plummeted from the heavens and became Satan, the adversary. Once a beacon of divine splendor, he now epitomizes the dangers of unchecked ambition and the depth to which even the most exalted can fall, transforming him into a force of dread and defiance. The Watchers were tasked with safeguarding humanity, but their fall was catastrophic. According to the Book of Enoch, these angels descended to earth and succumbed to temptation. They took human wives and fathered the Nephilim, giants whose strength brought ruin rather than balance. Their transgressions didn't end there. They unveiled hidden knowledge, teaching humans to forge weapons, weave enchantments, and manipulate the natural world. This betrayal unleashed unprecedented violence and discord. As punishment, the Watchers were bound in darkness, their fate sealed until the final judgment. Their tale is a stark cautionary example of what happens when protectors turn into corruptors. Azazel's rebellion was unique in its direct impact on Earth. He introduced humanity to the tools of warfare, escalating simple disputes into devastating conflicts. He also revealed the arts of seduction and vanity, planting the seeds of greed and immortality. His influence corrupted human society, driving it toward destruction. For these crimes, Azazel was exiled to a barren wilderness, shackled to await eternal judgment. His story serves as a chilling illustration of how dissemination of forbidden truths can destabilize the delicate balance of the world and ignite widespread chaos. Even in their fall, these beings didn't lose their power. They twisted it into something darker. The fallen show us that angels aren't just symbols of hope. They can be forces of terror, especially when their purpose is corrupted. Not all angels are destroyers or fallen rebels. Some are the ultimate defenders of the order, the good guys. But don't be fooled into thinking they're comforting. Their sheer power and otherworldly presence make them just as terrifying as they are awe-inspiring. Take Michael, the Archangel, heaven's undefeated commander. In Revelation, he leads the celestial armies against Lucifer and his rebellious followers. This isn't just a battle. It's the ultimate clash between light and darkness, shaking the very fabric of creation. Michael is the one who casts Lucifer down. Armed with a blazing sword and clad in heavenly armor, his power isn't gentle. It's the kind that crushes rebellion and leaves no room for resistance. Then there are the cherubim, stationed as guardians at the gates of Eden. Their flaming swords and unyielding vigilance make them an impenetrable wall between humanity and the divine. To stand before them isn't just intimidating. It's a direct confrontation with the limits of human audacity. Warrior angels aren't just symbols of justice, they're its enforcers. In many traditions they're described as the soldiers of heaven, armed with weapons that defy our understanding, swords of light, shields that repel darkness, and an authority that can silence entire armies. They don't negotiate, they act, and their actions are swift and decisive. Even as defenders of good, these angels are far from comforting. Their overwhelming might serves as a reminder that divine power doesn't operate on human terms. Whether battling demons, guarding sacred spaces, or leading heavenly armies, they show us that even righteousness can be terrifying. After all, how would you protect the cosmos? Angels aren't confined to the pages of Christian scripture. Across different cultures and religions, these celestial beings show up in various forms, each with their own terrifying purpose and power. Whether they're guardians of hell, cosmic warriors, or divine soldiers battling chaos, angels in other traditions aren't always comforting figures. They can be just as fearsome as the ones we've discussed already. In Islamic tradition, the Zabaniya are a chilling example of angels whose sole purpose is to bring wrath to the wicked. These 19 angels stand at the gates of hell, tasked with punishing souls who have defied God's law. Their descriptions leave no room for mercy or negotiation. They are beings of immense strength and authority. Their very presence a reminder that there is no escape for those who have wronged the order. The Zabaniya don't simply guard hell. They embody the cold finality of justice, enforcing punishment with precision and without hesitation. Similarly, in Zoroastrianism, we encounter the Yazata, divine warriors who stand firm against the forces of chaos. These celestial beings fight for the will of Ahura Mazda, the supreme god, in a battle that transcends human comprehension. Their mission is simple yet profound: to keep the universe in order by pushing back against the ever-present threat of Angra Mainyu, the spirit of evil. Yazata aren't just messengers or guardians. They are soldiers armed with power and ferocity, ensuring that balance and harmony are maintained in the face of constant turmoil. These angels, though from different traditions, all share one terrifying quality. They are unyielding in their mission. Whether punishing the damned or fighting to preserve the cosmic balance, they remind us that angels are not always gentle figures of light. When divine will requires it, they are fierce forces of justice, whose presence alone demands respect and fear. At the heart of it, angels aren't necessarily good or evil. They are powerful beings that exist beyond human understanding, operating under laws and orders we can't fully grasp. They carry out tasks that, to us, seem unimaginable, from enforcing justice to defending sacred realms, sometimes with an intensity that's hard to comprehend. They don't care for our human concepts of good or bad. They carry out their duties with unyielding precision, and sometimes that means destruction. But it also means order, balance, and protection. They aren't here to punish us out of malice. They're simply forces we cannot fully control, forces we must respect. And so, the question remains, why are angels so terrifying? Because at the end of the day, they are reminders of the overwhelming power of the universe. They force us to confront our own vulnerability, our inability to control what lies beyond our comprehension. They make us realize that, in the grand scheme of things, we are not the center of everything. Their presence tells us that the universe is much more complex and much more terrifying than we ever realized. They are heaven's messengers, protectors, and warriors, the highest of the angelic order. These are the 7 that stand before the throne. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Pantheon mythology, and these are the Archangels. If you too stand before the throne, then check out our limited edition desk mats created in partnership with our friends at Epic Desk, available until the 3rd of August. Also, Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by myths, legends, and folklore we ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Links to both in the description. The word Archangel comes from the Greek Archangelos, meaning chief messenger. In Scripture, archangels are seen as high-ranking angels, set apart by their authority, their missions, and their closeness to the divine. They're messengers, agents of judgment, healing, protection, and revelation. In the Bible, only one angel is explicitly called an archangel, Michael. He appears in both the Old and New Testaments as a warrior who defends heaven and leads angelic armies. Gabriel also appears multiple times as a messenger, delivering visions and announcements, but he is never given the title Archangel in the canonical texts. The idea of 7 archangels comes from outside the Bible. The Book of Enoch, an ancient Jewish text excluded from most biblical canons, lists 7: Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, Raguel, Remiel, and Sariel. Meanwhile, Eastern Orthodox tradition has its own group of 7, but the list most recognized in Western mysticism and angelology, and the one we follow in this video, includes Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, Samael, Jophiel, and Zadkiel. These names are found in sources ranging from Kabbalistic writings to Renaissance theology, where the focus is on their spiritual roles and symbolic power. Each of these 7 archangels has come to represent a different attribute: strength, healing, wisdom, love, beauty, mercy, and revelation, forming an order that continues to shape angelic belief to this day. Now, let's meet them, shall we? Michael is the chief among angels. His name comes from the Hebrew Mikael, meaning who is like God, a rhetorical challenge against pride and rebellion. That alone gives us a clue to his role. Michael stands as heaven's warrior, a direct opponent to anything that threatens heavenly order, the original Doomslayer, as pointed out by many of you in our previous video on him. He appears multiple times across the Bible. In the book of Daniel, Michael is described as the protector of Israel, a spiritual prince who stands guard over the people in times of great conflict. In the book of Revelation, he commands the armies of heaven in a climactic war against the dragon, the enemy many interpret as Satan. This battle is a war in heaven itself, where Michael and his angels cast the great dragon down. In Christianity, Michael becomes more than a symbol of strength. He is the angel of death in some interpretations, appearing to the faithful as the hour of passing. In Catholicism, he is invoked as a guardian against evil. In Islam, he is known as Michael, one of the archangels who brings sustenance and knowledge to humanity. His role stretches across 3 Abrahamic faiths, always as a force of protection, discipline, and unwavering obedience. Iconography often shows Michael holding both a sword and scales. The sword, sometimes flaming, is obvious, a weapon against evil. But the scales tell another story. Michael is also said to weigh the souls of the dead on Judgment Day. In this role, he's heaven's champion and examiner, measuring the morality of a human life. He acts, he strikes, he defends. His purpose is singular: to protect the order of creation against anything that dares rise against it. Next we meet the messenger Gabriel, whose name comes from the Hebrew Gabriel, meaning God is my strength. His authority is unquestionable as the one chosen to deliver messages that change the course of history. In the book of Daniel, Gabriel appears during a vision to explain the meaning of apocalyptic prophecies. He speaks with clarity and purpose, sent to make sense of the mysteries that others cannot grasp. In the Gospel of Luke, it is Gabriel who appears to Zechariah to foretell the birth of John the Baptist. Later, he is sent to Mary to announce that she will give birth to Jesus. That moment, known as the Annunciation, remains one of the most iconic scenes in Christianity. His role as a messenger also carries into Islamic belief. In the Quran, he is known as Jibril, the angel who reveals the word of God to the prophet Muhammad. He is the link between heaven and earth, the voice through which prophecy reaches humanity. Gabriel speaks, he delivers truth, uncovers hidden meaning, and ensures that God's will is heard and understood, guiding those chosen to see further than the world allows. Raphael, whose name means God has healed, is the angel of healing, appearing in the Book of Tobit, a text found in the Catholic and Orthodox biblical canons. There he is sent to assist a young man named Tobias, guiding him across dangerous terrain and through spiritual trial, all while concealed in human form. Raphael's mission in the story is threefold. He protects Tobias from harm, reveals how to banish a demon tormenting Tobias's future wife, and instructs him in curing his father's blindness with the organs of a fish. Only when the journey is complete does he reveal his true identity, declaring that he is one of the 7 who stand in the presence of God and that his purpose was to bring healing to the house of Tobit. This account gives Raphael a unique place among the archangels. He's a companion. He travels alongside humanity, intervening quietly to restore what is broken. For this reason, he is considered the patron of doctors, healers, travellers, and those who suffer in silence. His presence is often called upon in times of illness, long journeys, or emotional affliction. In art, Raphael is sometimes shown holding a staff or a fish, both symbols drawn from the story of Tobit. But more than any symbol, it is his role that defines him. The one who heals, who walks beside, and who mends both the body and the soul. Uriel is known as the angel of wisdom and illumination, with his name meaning God is my light. Uriel serves as a guide and interpreter of mysteries. He is sent to warn Noah of the coming flood, revealing God's judgment before it arrives. He is also tasked with explaining the movement of the heavenly bodies and the structure of the cosmos. His association with prophecy and order sets him apart as a figure of both foresight and clarity. In later Christian writings, Uriel becomes linked to the fire of God's presence. He is associated with the cherub who guards the gates of Eden with a flaming sword. He is often invoked by those seeking understanding. His presence is said to bring insight during times of confusion and to illuminate paths clouded by doubt. Artists, philosophers, and seekers of truth have looked to him as a source of inspiration, believing that his light reveals the hidden patterns behind the world. Uriel stands as the intellect of the archangels, offering vision beyond what the eyes can see. Samael, also known as Samuel, is known as the Archangel of love and compassion. His name, meaning he who sees God, does not appear in the Bible or in early apocryphal texts, but emerges in later writings, particularly in Kabbalistic and Christian esoteric sources. Samael is linked to love in its purest form, not romantic affection, but the force that heals, reconciles, and restores. He's called upon by those seeking inner peace, emotional recovery, or relief from grief. He walks beside the broken and the isolated, helping them recover a sense of wholeness. In Kabbalah, he is connected to the Sephira Geburah, which represents strength and discipline. This pairing reveals a deeper side to his nature. His compassion protects, steadies, and defends. He is love with purpose, unwavering, loyal, and unafraid to confront pain. Samael is also associated with symbols such as the heart, the cup, and the staff. His presence brings calm where there is sorrow and strength where love has faltered. Rather than lead armies or pronounce judgment, he finds the wounded and brings them home. With her name meaning beauty of God, Jophiel is the archangel of beauty, enlightenment, and perception. She is said to lift the mind out of chaos and confusion, bringing order to thoughts clouded by fear, pride, or despair. Artists and scholars have called on her for inspiration, believing she guides the creative process and reveals the beauty that exists beneath the surface of the world. Her light is not blinding or overpowering, but gentle, a presence that helps people recognize what is sacred in the ordinary. She is also linked to the expulsion from Eden. In some legends, it is Jophiel who stands at the gates with a flaming sword as a guardian of wisdom. Her role is to preserve the knowledge that was once lost and to guide humanity toward rediscovering it. Jophiel is associated with symbols like the flame, the scroll, and the lotus, each reflecting truth, learning, and inner beauty. She brings grace to thought, compassion to judgment, and vision to those who seek meaning beyond what they can see. Among the archangels, she is the one who teaches us to see the world as it could be. Our seventh angel, Zadkiel, is the archangel of mercy, forgiveness, and compassion, with his name meaning righteousness of God. Zadkiel enters angelic hierarchy through Jewish mysticism and later theological writings, where he is recognized as the one who holds back wrath and offers humanity the chance to change. Zadkiel is believed to be the angel who stayed Abraham's hand during the near sacrifice of his son. This moment, one of the most pivotal in Abrahamic religion, becomes a symbol of mercy. Zadkiel is a reminder that even in the face of judgment, grace can be offered. He's closely linked to the concept of spiritual transformation, and his presence is said to help those struggling with guilt, shame, or a heavy conscience. He encourages release, acceptance, and the willingness to begin again. For this reason, he's often associated with emotional healing and the strength to forgive both others and yourself. In Kabbalistic teachings, Zadkiel is linked to the Sephira Chesed, which represents kindness and unconditional love. Rather than worrying about punishment or perfection, his concern is whether the heart can be softened, whether compassion can flourish where anger once lived. He brings stillness where there is torment and renewal where there is regret. His mercy tempers justice, reminding us that righteousness without compassion is incomplete. They represent strength, healing, wisdom, mercy, and love as forces made real through action. These seven figures continue to stand at the threshold between human and the holy. Some carry swords, others carry light. All carry purpose. They are the ones who stand before the throne and walk beside us when we need them most. He is the sword of heaven, the commander of heaven's armies, and the one who cast Lucifer down. Demons flee at the sound of his name, and when the final battle comes, it will be he who stands at the front lines. This is Pantheon mythology, and today we're exploring the question, why is Archangel Michael so feared? If you too want to be the sword of heaven, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by mythology, legends, and ancient warriors. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. Michael is more than an angel. He's a commander, a guardian, a warrior. As the prince of the heavenly host, he leads an army not for conquest but to uphold order, standing against the forces that seek to disrupt it. Michael's role is one of war, discipline, and judgment, confronting threats wherever they emerge. His rank places him among the most powerful of celestial beings. As an archangel, he is one of heaven's greatest warriors, entrusted with leading its armies and enforcing divine will. Some traditions associate him with the seraphim, the six-winged beings closest to God. Whether as a commander of angels or something greater, one thing is clear: Michael does not remain on the sidelines. When heaven acts, he leads the charge. Across Christian, Jewish, and Islamic traditions, Michael's name carries authority. His very name means "who is like God," not as a statement of power, but as a challenge to those who seek to claim dominion over creation. Exorcists call upon him, warriors pray to him, and his enemies are said to falter at his presence. It is believed that when his name is spoken in the face of evil, darkness recoils, not simply from faith, but from the power he represents. His role is neither merciful nor cruel. He does not hesitate, nor does he engage in negotiation where none is warranted. He is neither a messenger nor a distant overseer, but a shield against chaos and a sword against corruption. And that is why, when war threatens the balance of heaven, there is no angel the forces of darkness fear more. Michael's strength is not just in his command over heaven's armies, but in the battles he has fought. Among them, none were greater than his war against Lucifer. Lucifer, once among the highest of angels, rejected the celestial order, gathering followers who sought to challenge heaven's rule. His rebellion was not a simple act of defiance, but a declaration of superiority, an attempt to claim dominion over creation itself. His pride drove him to challenge divine authority, setting into motion a conflict that would reshape the heavens. But it was not God who met his defiance. It was Michael. With the legions of angels at his side, Michael led the charge against the uprising. This was not a struggle of words, but of force, a battle that shook the foundations of heaven. As Michael's forces clashed with those of Lucifer, the skies themselves trembled under the weight of their conflict. The rebellion was fierce, but Michael fought without hesitation, his command unwavering. Lucifer, once radiant and powerful, was outmatched. His blade tore through the rebel host, and with each strike, the insurrection collapsed. Lucifer, the most exalted of the fallen, could not withstand him. Michael did not simply defeat him, he cast him down, stripping him of his former status and ensuring he would never again pose a threat to the order of heaven. Though Lucifer was overthrown, his influence did not disappear. Many traditions hold that Michael remains his greatest adversary, the force that keeps his power from spreading unchecked. Lucifer turned his focus toward the mortal world, seeking to deceive and corrupt. Yet at every turn, Michael is the one invoked to drive him back, the warrior called upon in moments of crisis, the shield against his influence. If even the most powerful of fallen angels was unable to stand against him, what hope does any other force of darkness have? Michael's battles did not end with Lucifer's fall, but unlike the rebellion in heaven, where the uprising was swiftly crushed, the final battle will be different. This time, the conflict will not be limited to the celestial realm, but will encompass all of creation. Many accounts describe of an apocalyptic war where the forces of darkness make their last stand. This is not just another battle, but a decisive confrontation foretold since the beginning of time. Michael will not just lead heaven's forces, he will be the one to decide the outcome. Some traditions hold that he will personally subdue Satan, binding him in chains and casting him into the abyss of eternity. His role is not just that of a warrior, but of an instrument of final judgment. His purpose in the end times extends beyond battle. Unlike previous conflicts, where he wielded his sword against armies of rebels, his final duty will go further. Michael is also seen as a figure of judgment, the one who weighs the souls of the dead, measuring their deeds and determining their fate. He is no longer only a defender, he becomes the ultimate arbiter of justice. Some depictions show him carrying a celestial scale, balancing righteousness and sin. Those who stand before Michael do so knowing that his verdict is final. He is not like guardian angels who guide and comfort. Michael does not come to offer second chances, nor does he enter the battlefield to shift an uncertain war. The time for mercy will have passed. He does not fight for the possibility of victory, he fights to bring the final reckoning. To the faithful, his presence is the assurance that heaven's triumph is inevitable. To the wicked, he is the force that ensures they will never rise again. Michael is far from the gentle, ethereal figure often associated with angels. He is a warrior, a being of immense power whose presence commands rather than comforts. Unlike angels of mercy or guidance, Michael exudes an overwhelming intensity, one that demands obedience. He does not watch from a distance, he enforces the order of heaven with unwavering authority. He is almost always depicted as armed for battle. Many accounts describe him wielding a flaming sword, a weapon said to cut through corruption itself. Others portray him with a long spear to strike down demons with precision, or chains to bind the forces of darkness so they may never rise again. These are not just symbols, they are tools of war, each serving a purpose in its eternal struggle against chaos. His appearance reflects his nature. Many traditions describe him as an awe-inspiring figure radiating light so powerful it blinds those who look up to him. Clad in celestial armor, he shines with an intensity that is both magnificent and terrifying. Some say that those who counter him experience overwhelming fear, unable to move under the weight of his presence. To those who oppose him, he's not just a warrior, he is the embodiment of judgment. Michael's role shifts across different locations, but his power and command remain constant. In Christianity, he is supreme commander of heaven's armies, the one who cast Lucifer down and who will lead the final battle against evil. His role as warrior is unparalleled. He does not merely defend, he secures victory. In Islam, he is known as Michael, the archangel associated with the elements, sustenance, and divine rewards. Some interpretations suggest that he controls the forces of nature itself, maintaining balance in the world. Unlike Gabriel, the messenger, or Israfil, the angel of the final trumpet, Michael's power is tied to the fundamental workings of existence. In Judaism, he is the protector of Israel, a guardian against demonic forces and the one who intercedes on behalf of the righteous. He is described as the great prince who watches over God's people, shielding them from supernatural threats. Some accounts also associate him with guiding souls to the afterlife, ensuring only the worthy pass through the gates of heaven. While Michael is known as a protector, there are also stories where he brings fear even to mortals. Some accounts depict him as not only a warrior, but as an executioner of divine judgment. In times of great sin, Michael is said to be the one who delivers punishment. Legends describe him as the one who ends the lives of the wicked, ensuring they receive the full weight of justice. In these stories, there is no offer of repentance, only judgment. So then, why is Michael so feared? He is heaven's mightiest warrior, the unyielding force that stands between order and chaos. He does not bargain, nor does he waver in the face of opposition. When Lucifer defied the heavens, it was Michael who led the charge. When the last war begins, it will be Michael who stands at the front, ensuring that darkness does not prevail. But fear of Michael is not rooted in cruelty or vengeance. He does not seek to destroy for the sake of destruction. He enforces judgment, upholds order, and ensures that no threat goes unanswered. To those who call upon him, he is a protector. To his enemies, he is the force that ends the battle before it begins. His name has been spoken in prayers for centuries, not just as a plea for protection, but as a declaration of strength. Whether in times of war, exorcism, or divine reckoning, Michael is the one to stand against the darkness. He is not a figure of mercy, nor one of malice. He is the one who answers when the heavens call for war. When he appears, people fall, not out of reverence, but because their bodies betray them, because the weight of his presence presses against the soul itself. He does not speak unless the world is about to change. He does not appear unless the message is too immense for human mouths to carry. This is Pantheon mythology, and today we're exploring the question, why is Archangel Gabriel so terrifying? If you too want to make people fall, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by mythology, legends and folklore. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. Gabriel first emerges in the book of Daniel, where his arrival leaves the prophet physically overwhelmed. He is one of the only angels in the Hebrew Bible named directly, and his words carry the weight of empires. When he speaks, it is to unravel visions of devastation and redemption, messages that mark the shifting of eras. Later Jewish writings, especially within apocalyptic and mystical traditions, elevate Gabriel further. He stands among the highest angels associated with fire and divine judgment, a figure who acts not with personal will, but as a direct extension of God's command. His name, God is my strength, reflects the unrelenting force that speaks through him. In Christian scripture, Gabriel is the one who delivers history-altering proclamations. He tells Zechariah of John's coming. He visits Mary to announce the birth of Christ. These aren't personal revelations. They are declarations that reshape the spiritual fabric of the world. Gabriel's authority is absolute. When he speaks, fate moves. In Islam, he is known as Gabriel, the angel of revelation and the direct link between the divine and the Prophet Muhammad. More than a messenger, Gabriel is the means through which the Quran is delivered, appearing not once but many times across years of revelation. Hadith literature describes him as being of unimaginable scale and brilliance, with wings that stretch across the horizon and a presence that stuns even the most resolute heart. His arrival is never quiet. It marks the intrusion of the eternal into the world of the living. Across all three faiths, Gabriel occupies a singular position. He doesn't merely relay messages. He delivers the kind of truth that redraws the map of human destiny. Whenever he appears, history divides into before and after. When Gabriel appears, even the holy unravel. In the book of Daniel, the prophet receives a vision so intense that he falls face down, drained of all strength. Gabriel speaks, and Daniel describes feeling as though his breath leaves him, his limbs heavy and unresponsive. This isn't spiritual revelation, it's a physical collapse. Zechariah, a priest, receives Gabriel's announcement of John's birth and questions it. His doubt earns him silence. Not symbolic silence, literal muteness. A divine order imposed on his very voice. Mary, though chosen, is described as greatly troubled by Gabriel's sudden presence. Not curious, not honored. Troubled. Alarmed. These encounters all follow the same pattern. Not joy, not clarity, but shock, disorientation, dread. It's not the content of the message that overwhelms, it's the presence delivering it. The force of Gabriel's arrival breaks through human defenses, bypassing reason and leaving only raw reaction. Knees buckle, hearts race, words fail. This is what the theologians have called the numinous, an experience that inspires both awe and terror, often reserved for the divine itself. It is the feeling of being exposed before something incomprehensibly vast, not malevolent, but not safe either. Gabriel is not terrifying because he brings punishment. He's terrifying because he brings proximity. Proximity to a realm that does not tolerate ambiguity. His presence clarifies what we truly are. Mortal, limited, and terribly, terribly small. To encounter Gabriel is to realize that some truths are not whispered gently in our ears. They are dropped into our lives like fire, and we are left trembling in the smoke. Within the celestial order, angels are not interchangeable. Each has a role, a temperament, a relationship to the human world. Michael is the warrior, armed for battle, a champion against chaos. His purpose is protection, his presence a shield. Raphael, known from the book of Tobit, moves more quietly, guiding travelers, healing wounds, restoring what has been lost. He is the gentle hand behind the scenes. Gabriel is something else entirely. He does not intervene, he declares. Where Michael stands between humanity and its enemies, and Raphael walks alongside those in need, Gabriel enters without warning and speaks. His words are not suggestions, they are decisions. The ground shifts beneath because he says it must. This difference isn't just in purpose, but in presence. Michael's strength is seen in battle, Raphael's compassion in quiet moments. Gabriel brings none of that softness. His authority lands like a weight. He offers no lead-in, no moment of preparation. His message is delivered in full, with a clarity that leaves no space for negotiation. Even when the news is good, the delivery is absolute. There's also a deeper emotional divide. People seek Michael for courage and Raphael for comfort, but Gabriel is not someone you summon. He comes when the heavens have something that must be said. He doesn't answer prayers, he answers fate. To encounter him is not to be shielded or healed, but to be confronted with something final. He is not guidance, he is the command itself. A presence that marks the moment when the old order ends and something irreversible begins. Gabriel is most often remembered for his words, but in some of the earliest apocalyptic writings, he plays a far more forceful role. In the book of Enoch, Gabriel is appointed to punish the Watchers. These were the angels who descended to earth, defied heaven, and passed forbidden knowledge to humankind. They taught sorcery, weapons-making, and other secrets not meant for mortals, and their actions unleashed chaos. Gabriel's charge was clear. Root them out, bind them, and purge their influence from the world. In this tradition, he becomes not just a messenger, but an agent of purification, acting with swift and merciless precision. This role isn't limited to Enoch. In some rabbinic and mystical sources, Gabriel is identified as the power behind the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The cities, infamous for their corruption and violence, were marked for annihilation. Gabriel, according to certain interpretations, was the one who descended to carry out the sentence, his actions reducing civilization to ash under divine command. Other Christian apocryphal writings hint at Gabriel as a judge in the afterlife, weighing the souls of the dead or recording their deeds. He appears not as a warrior in conflict, but as a presence that enforces the will of heaven when there is no room left for mercy. His function in these stories is clinical, quiet, and terrifying in its finality. Unlike angels who act in defense or compassion, Gabriel's interventions come only when the decision has already been made. He does not negotiate, he does not hesitate. When justice must fall, it is Gabriel who ensures it lands without delay. He is not the sound of war, but he is its consequence. As mentioned earlier, Gabriel is far more than a messenger in Islamic tradition. He is the living force of revelation. His presence doesn't ease into view or unfold gently. When the Prophet Muhammad first encountered him in the cave of Hira, the experience was startling. Gabriel commanded him to recite, pressing against him with such intensity that Muhammad feared for his life. He returned home trembling, wrapped in blankets, whispering that something beyond comprehension had touched him. Later, when Gabriel revealed his full form, the Prophet described a being so immense that his wings filled the entire horizon. 600 in total, each layered with light, feathers, and jewels. The sky disappeared behind him. His radiance wasn't gentle, but overwhelming. Hadith described a being composed of blazing light, casting shadows across entire regions, with a fragrance that lingered like perfume across the desert air. This is not beauty in the human sense. It's majesty at a scale that the soul can barely contain. Even Muhammad, chosen to receive revelation, spoke of the fear and awe that seized him when Gabriel appeared. The angel's voice rolled like thunder. His arrival shattered the ordinary. This was no vision, but a rupture in reality. Commentators and mystics describe Gabriel as a threshold between creation and the infinite. In Sufi thought, he is the veil torn open when truth descends. He arrives fully formed, flooding the moment with unfiltered meaning. His presence doesn't linger, it sears. Revelation in this form isn't offered, it strikes. It breaks the heart open to receive what cannot be refused. Gabriel speaks with the weight of heaven, and after his arrival, nothing remains untouched. When the end approaches, there are no more prophets, no more messengers, only the sound, and many believe that it is Gabriel who will deliver it. In Christian apocalyptic texts, Gabriel is said to stand with trumpet in hand, awaiting the final command. When it sounds, the world fractures. Mountains fall flat, oceans recede, and the dead stir in their graves. It is not a song, but a summons. The kind of sound that doesn't fill the air, but strips it away. One blast to tear the veil between life and death, and call every soul to account. In Islamic belief, the trumpet is more attributed to Israfil, but Gabriel's role in the end remains monumental. He is present in the unravelling of creation, a witness to the moment when order of the cosmos is reversed. The stars will scatter, the sky will split, and Gabriel will be there, not as herald of beginnings, but as a figure confirming the final stage of what was always inevitable. He is not cast in the role of warrior or comforter. His function is colder, more exact. Gabriel forces what has already been written. There's no argument, no delay. His presence is the final punctuation to the sentence of existence. This is the same figure who once announced miraculous births and whispered words of hope into a virgin's ear. Now he stands amid ash and silence, signalling the last breath of the world. And when that moment comes, it is not chaos that descends. It is order collapsing on cue. Gabriel does not need to destroy. He simply delivers the sound that ends the story. Gabriel doesn't terrify with violence. He terrifies with clarity. His presence overwhelms because it strips away the illusions that keep us feeling whole. Time, language, even identity begins to fray. The self, so carefully built through memory and habit, finds itself exposed to something that cannot be resisted or explained. The fear he inspires doesn't resemble panic. It feels closer to reverence, an instinctive submission before something immeasurably greater. This isn't dread for its own sake. It is the collapse that comes from encountering a being who doesn't operate within human limits, but instead carries out the will of the infinite with unshakable certainty. When Gabriel appears, the body reacts. The soul recognizes its smallness. Prophets fall not from weakness, but from contact. What he reveals is not evil, but order, immense, exacting, inescapable. This fear holds weight because it clarifies. Gabriel doesn't deliver punishment, he delivers truth. And truth, when it cannot be softened or avoided, reshapes the one who receives it. His message carries no malice, yet it still breaks the world open. That is the nature of holy terror, not cruelty, not chaos, but the presence of something so vast, so final, that the only possible response is awe. Somewhere along the way, Gabriel changed. In popular spirituality, he has been softened, transformed from the shattering voice of judgment into a gentle emissary of intuition, communication, and calm. He appears on angel cards, meditation apps, and inspirational posters. The name still carries weight, but the edge has been dulled. Scorn is the angel who silences prophets and bends the air around them. In his place stands a luminous guide, offering comfort rather than confrontation. He has become palatable, approachable, something to invite in rather than something to survive. But this version of Gabriel is a choice, a reflection of what we want from the divine. Safety, affirmation, peace. The real Gabriel was never meant to be those things. He did not come to reassure. He came to disrupt, to announce, to split time in two. We have made him easier to look at, because the truth he represents is not. The idea that something might arrive in your life that cannot be reasoned with or reshaped, that does not bend to desire or belief, is deeply uncomfortable. And so we tame him. But the scriptures do not. They leave him towering, brilliant, unbearable. Not a guide through darkness, but the light so bright it burns the map. So then, why is Archangel Gabriel so terrifying? Because when he speaks, prophecy begins, kingdoms fall, and the world shudders. Because he doesn't arrive to soothe your fears, he arrives to remake reality. Because he is not the voice of comfort, he is the voice of heaven. And heaven never whispers. He doesn't roar from the heavens. He doesn't demand fear. He simply walks beside you, quietly healing, guiding, and leaving before you even realize who he was. This is Pantheon mythology, and today we're exploring the question, why is Archangel Raphael so beloved? If you too want to quietly heal and guide, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by mythology, legends, and folklore. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. Raphael means God heals, and that meaning isn't symbolic or secondary. It defines who he is. His name comes from the Hebrew roots Rapha, to heal, and El, God, and across centuries that name has remained synonymous with restoration and care. Where other archangels are known for strength or revelation, Raphael's presence signifies recovery. He stands not for force or warning, but for renewal of the body, yes, but also of the soul, the spirit, and the space between people. In traditions where heavenly beings are awe-inspiring and sometimes fearsome, Raphael carries a different kind of power, the ability to mend what's been broken without spectacle. That's why part of his name continues to offer comfort. It represents a quiet promise that restoration is possible, and that some messengers arrive not with thunder, but with calm. Whether invoked in prayer, written into talismans, or spoken in moments of need, Raphael's name is more than a title. It's a reminder that divine help can take the form of restoration instead of wrath. Raphael's most intimate story comes from the Book of Tobit, a text included in the Catholic and Orthodox canons. Unlike other angelic appearances that begin with blinding light or booming voices, Raphael arrives without fanfare. He simply appears, taking on the name Azarias, and offers to accompany a young man named Tobias on a journey to collect a debt. No miracles, no declarations, just quiet companionship. But beneath the surface, the journey becomes something else entirely. Along the way, Raphael instructs Tobias to catch a fish from the Tigris River and keep its heart, liver, and gall. These strange details, seemingly mundane, become tools of extraordinary power. With the heart and liver, Tobias is able to drive out a demon, Asmodeus, who has haunted his wife, Sarah, killing 7 of her previous husbands on their wedding nights. With the gall, he cures his father Tobit's blindness, lifting the weight of years of helplessness and sorrow. And yet, even after these miracles, Raphael says nothing of who he is. He lets the journey unfold naturally, guiding only when needed. When everything is healed, the blindness, the curse, the grief, Raphael finally reveals his true identity, one of the 7 angels who stand in the presence of God. Then, just as quietly as he arrived, he departs. What makes this story so powerful is the completeness of the healing. This isn't just about fixing one problem. It's about restoring a family that has been slowly unraveling. Physical illness, spiritual torment, relational breakdown, and generational suffering, all of it addressed without force, without drama. Raphael's miracle is one of presence, of patience, and knowing exactly when to act. His decision to walk the earth under a false name isn't a trick or deception. It's the point. He could have arrived with radiant wings and divine authority, but instead he chose to look like any other traveler. This disguise changes everything. It means Tobias had to choose to trust him, not because he looked holy, but because he acted with wisdom, kindness, and quiet confidence. It's a reminder that goodness doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it wears ordinary clothes and gives strange instructions about fish guts. By keeping his identity hidden, he removes the fear, expectation, and pressure that usually follow divine encounters. He allows things to unfold freely. People aren't paralyzed by reverence. They're simply given a chance to listen, to learn, and to heal. And when the time finally comes to reveal the truth, it's not for praise. It's to show that the sacred can walk unnoticed, and that some of the greatest miracles happen when we don't know we're in the presence of the divine. Raphael's presence in the world didn't end with the Book of Tobit. Over centuries he became known as a patron of those who needed help in life's most vulnerable moments. Not only the sick, but the healers caring for them. Not only the lost, but also the ones guiding them home. Travelers, matchmakers, nurses, pilgrims, and those seeking peace in everyday encounters all came to associate their needs with Raphael's quiet influence. In the Middle Ages, his presence was especially powerful. Pilgrims would pray to him before setting out, believing he could shield them from harm on long and treacherous roads. His name was invoked during outbreaks of plague, not as a last resort, but as the trusted source of mercy, someone who might listen where others would judge. There's a reason people felt they could reach for Raphael. He didn't tower above them or inspire dread. He wasn't surrounded by fire or thunder. He felt close, approachable. His patronage wasn't abstract or ceremonial. It was practical. He represented the kind of help that people actually needed. Guidance on a journey, comfort during illness, love that might last, a safe return home. That's why he's beloved. Not because he declared his power, but because people kept turning to him, again and again, in the moments when life was fragile, and found a presence that was steady, gentle, and near. Angels are often thought of as gentle guardians, but in much of religious literature they're anything but. They appear as wheels within wheels, covered in eyes, wreathed in flame, with voices that split the sky. These are not figures of comfort. They are instruments of judgment and divine will. Michael is the warrior. When he appears, it's with sword in hand and an enemy to strike down. Gabriel is the herald of ultimate news, a voice that delivers prophecy, upheaval, and sometimes doom. These angels do not simply arrive. They descend. They interrupt. They shatter silence with purpose. Raphael doesn't operate like this. He is the contrast. His strength lies not in spectacle or force, but in subtlety. When others make themselves known in fire and wind, Raphael steps in unnoticed, offers advice, and disappears. His presence is not overwhelming. It's grounding, and that difference matters. Even in the book of Enoch, where he's charged with binding the rebel angel Azazel, Raphael's role is restorative. He isn't there to wage war for glory. He's there to cleanse the earth of corruption, to begin the long work of repairing a world poisoned by broken covenants. His strength is in undoing the damage, not punishing the cause. In a tradition shaped by visions of judgment, armies of heaven, and angels that bring plagues or prophecy, Raphael moves quietly in the opposite direction. He brings no torment, he doesn't burn cities. He binds a demon, heals the sick, and lifts the weight of fear from a woman haunted by death. That's why his role resonates. He proves that divine power isn't always violent, and that mercy doesn't mean weakness. In a pantheon of fearsome messengers, Raphael shows what it means to protect without dominating, to act without demanding, and to heal without spectacle. Raphael's presence isn't just confined to one tradition. He may be closely tied to the Book of Tobit, but echoes of his name and nature appear across Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, each one preserving a different glimpse of the same healing force. In Jewish tradition, the Book of Enoch places him among the angels tasked with confronting the fallout of divine rebellion. After binding Azazel, he is charged with healing the earth itself after the corruption left by the Nephilim. His role isn't to destroy, but to restore what was damaged. In Christianity, his role becomes intimate. He walks alongside people as a traveling companion and protector. Later, the Church would name him one of the Archangels and entrust him with patronage over the sick, the travelers, and those seeking guidance. His name is carved into cathedrals, whispered in hospitals, and invoked in quiet prayers for protection. In Islam, he is widely associated with Israfil, the angel who will sound the trumpet on the day of resurrection. Though the Quran does not name Raphael directly, many Islamic scholars have connected the two. Israfil is not a figure of terror, but of divine awakening. His sound doesn't end the world, it brings it back to life. What makes this so powerful is the consistency. Across three major religions that often differ in doctrine and image, Raphael remains clear. He is not feared. He is not destructive. He arrives when something must be repaired, whether that is a broken body, a wounded family, or a world in need of recovery. And even outside formal theology, people still call on him. His name appears in healing rituals, protective charms, and the quiet hopes of people asking for strength. You don't need to know his full story to feel drawn to what he represents. In a divided world, there are very few figures who mean something peaceful to everyone. Raphael is one of them. A name shared across faiths, tied always to the same idea, that there is still a way to be made whole. So then, why is Raphael so beloved? Because in a world that shouts, he listens. Because he heals without asking for thanks. Because he walks beside us, not to be worshipped, but to help us find our way. And because the truest power never needs to prove itself.
Even the most loyal can cross a line. Even those closest to power can do something they shouldn't. Even angels can reveal things they were never meant to share. There is one angel said to stand closer to God than the others. One who knows what only God knows. The secrets of God. And he gave humanity knowledge that was never meant to leave heaven. This is his story. If you too reveal things you were never meant to, check out Pantheon, our brand inspired by myths, legends and folklore. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. Raphael. His name comes from Hebrew and is commonly translated as Secret of God or Mystery of God, which reflects the role he occupies within religious thought. Unlike figures such as Michael or Gabriel, Raphael, his presence becomes more defined in later Jewish writings, particularly within mystical and interpretive traditions that attempt to describe the unseen structure of heaven and the hierarchy of beings surrounding God. They treat the heavenly world as ordered and layered, with angels occupying different ranks, responsibilities and degrees of closeness to the divine. Raphael is associated with proximity. He's described as standing near God, close to what religious language sometimes calls the heavenly throne. In ancient thinking, closeness to God reflects awareness, authority, exposure to knowledge. The nearer a being stands to him, the more it encounters truths that remain hidden from others. Which is what makes Raphael unusual. Many figures are defined by function. Messengers deliver announcements, warriors confront enemies, agents of judgment carry out commands. The roles involve action within the world. Raphael's role is different. He is connected to knowledge. Descriptions portray him as receiving secrets, preserving them, and understanding truths that remain concealed from both humanity and other angels. Some writings connect him with the transmission of divine knowledge, presenting him as a figure who receives wisdom from heaven and passes it onward. Others, particularly within Jewish mysticism, emphasize his association with hidden knowledge, portraying him as a guardian of secrets held close to God. Across these variations, the central idea remains consistent. Raphael possesses information that does not belong to the wider world. This is an important distinction because knowledge is never neutral. Knowledge, especially the sacred, carries authority. It shapes belief, behavior, and understanding of humanity's relationship with God. A being entrusted with secrets occupies a position of influence, even without direct action. The closer a figure stands to power, the more significant the consequences when boundaries are crossed. Which is what makes Raziel's story so different from that of other angels. His defining trait isn't strength, it's knowledge. And as we know, knowledge has consequences. In Genesis, Adam and Eve are expelled from the garden and the world changes overnight. Eden represents a condition, life close to God. There's no fear or struggle to survive. But outside the garden, these conditions disappear. Work becomes necessary. Pain becomes part of life. Death becomes unavoidable. Human beings begin living with limits to how long they live and also in what they understand. Writers and interpreters of Genesis spend a lot of time thinking about what that moment would have felt like. Adam is standing in a world he doesn't fully recognize. Seasons change, hunger appears, illness becomes possible, night falls, and the darkness brings fear. The story becomes less about punishment and more about what it means to be human, alive in a world that demands answers while offering very few. This is where Raziel takes the stage. Out of mercy, Raziel gives Adam a book, heavenly knowledge delivered in written form, something Adam can hold, something that can be preserved, a book connected to heaven, something that carries understanding humanity didn't previously possess and never should have. That moment changes everything because Eden established a boundary. Humanity lives outside. Humanity lives with partial understanding. Humanity survives without the full truth, and Raziel's appearance disrupts it. And once you see it that way, the questions start to multiply. If humans were meant to live with limitation, why move knowledge back across the line? If exile was meant to separate humanity from what belonged to heaven, why allow a message of secrets to approach the first human at his most vulnerable point? And if Raziel gave Adam something that could survive, be passed on, and be used, God wouldn't allow that. Would he? So, we have a book. Sefer Raziel ha-Malach. The book of Raziel the angel. The idea is simple on the surface but enormous in implication. A human being receives knowledge that had previously belonged to the divine, and that knowledge becomes something that can be written down, preserved and passed forward. Within the book, certain themes appear repeatedly. Insight into creation, the natural world, and the hidden relationships between events. Some sections focus on astronomy and the movement of celestial bodies. Others include names associated with divine authority. There are references to protection, healing, and spiritual understanding. Later, the book is even treated as containing instructions for invoking angels for protection. The text emerges in medieval Europe, probably compiled from the 13th century from earlier Jewish material. It's not a single-authored work, but a collection, built over time, drawing from older sources that were already circulating in religious communities. By the early modern period, printed editions helped spread its reputation across Europe. Copies appeared in both Jewish and Christian contexts, and the book became associated with protection, names, and hidden wisdom. That historical development matters because it shows how the idea of Raziel evolves. The story of an angel giving knowledge to Adam becomes attached to an actual text people can hold, a legend in physical form. The moment the book entered Adam's hands, a wave of indignation swept through the heavenly host. To the angels it was an affront to the holy order. Hadraniel and Carviel looked down at the earth and saw a creature made of dust and clay holding the very mysteries they were sworn to guard. Their protest was rooted in a fundamental belief that humanity was unworthy. They argued that Adam, having already proven his weakness by eating from the tree of knowledge, could not be trusted with the deeper mysteries of creation. They feared that the secrets of the heavens would be dragged into the dirt used for earthly desires and stripped of their sanctity. They descended to the earth to disarm Adam. They seized the book from his hands, tearing the wisdom away from the man who was desperately trying to use it to understand his new harsh reality. In that act of finality, they cast the book into the depths of the sea, placing it in the custody of Rahab, the guardian of the deep. They wanted it extinguished. By drowning the secrets in the dark, silent pressure of the ocean, they intended to restore the boundary that Raphael had dared to cross. They wanted to ensure that the secrets of God remained exactly where they belonged, far from the reach of human hands. But the book returns. It is recovered from the depths and placed back into human hands. And in that moment, the attempt to correct Raphael's act has failed. The knowledge has already crossed the threshold. It now exists in a world that was never designed to hold it. And it doesn't stop with Adam. The book begins its long journey through human history. It becomes a shadow travelling alongside our species, passed from hand to hand, hidden in the dark and preserved even as empires fall. It survives the literal destruction of the world, carried by Noah through the deluge, ensuring that the secrets of God endure through the very catastrophes meant to cleanse the earth. Humanity now carries a fragment of the divine that was never intended for them, a fact that can never be reversed. We are in possession of a gift that creation believes we should never have seen. The book is a permanent breach. There is no account of Raphael's punishment, no story of him being cast out, no record of him losing his rank. The angel who gave humanity forbidden knowledge remains exactly where he was before, close to the presence of God. The silence is somewhat unsettling. If Raphael crossed a boundary, nothing in the story suggests he was stopped. The book was taken, it was thrown into the sea. Heaven tried to undo what had happened, but Raphael remains, which raises a deeper possibility. Maybe the silence wasn't directed at the angel. Maybe it was directed at the knowledge. After the book enters the human world, Raphael fades from the story. He returns to the background, the figure near the throne who hears everything and says nothing. The messenger disappears, but the message remains. We have the book, we have the secrets, but the one who revealed them is no longer speaking. The silencing of Raphael is the condition we live in now. We are left alone with knowledge we were never meant to hold, standing in a world we were never meant to fully understand, carrying a gift that heaven tried to drown. Were they trying to protect heaven from humanity? Or humanity from itself?
The sword of heaven, the original doomslayer, the name they won't speak, because he ends them. Mercy? Judgment? Forget about it. Demons have many enemies, but this one they fear the most. If you too have many enemies, check out Pantheon, our brand inspired by myths, legends and folklore. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description.
We begin with a name, Michael, meaning who is like God. The name appears like a question but works more like a weapon. It's a challenge aimed at anything arrogant enough to believe it could rival the source of creation, and that's the key. Michael enforces its boundaries. There are many angels in Scripture, messengers, watchers, servants, warriors. Some speak, some sing, some stand in the presence and wait. In the early texts, especially Jewish apocalyptic literature, angels are terrifying. They appear suddenly, and when they do, it's usually because something has gone wrong. Many are anonymous, many are momentary, and some, like Gabriel, are given names and tasked with delivering prophecy. At the very top stand the Archangels, elite, unshakable, sent when hesitation is no longer an option. Now, the term Archangel itself is rare. In fact, Michael is the only figure in the entire Bible directly called the Archangel in Jude 1:9. Gabriel is referred to as one who stands in the presence of God, but not as an archangel by title. So when people talk about the archangels, they're usually pulling from extra-canonical sources, 1 Enoch, 2 Esdras, the Book of Tobit, and various medieval lists. Those texts mention others, Raphael, Uriel, sometimes 7 total, but Michael is the only one whose authority crosses canons. He appears in Judaism as Israel's divine protector, in Christianity as the dragon slayer and commander of heaven's armies, and in Islam he is Mikael, the angel of provision, reward, and divine mercy. His role shifts, but his presence never softens. In every tradition, he arrives when something vital is at stake. He first appears in Daniel with readiness to defend. In Daniel 10, he's called one of the chief princes, sent to aid another angel who had been resisted by the Prince of Persia. There, Michael intervenes through combat. That's our first indication of who he is, a being sent when resistance must be broken. In Daniel 12, we're told, "At that time shall Michael arise, the great prince who has charge of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never has been." Early rabbinic tradition picks up on this. In the Midrash, Michael is Israel's advocate before the divine court. In 3 Enoch, he's described as the highest-ranking angelic prince, the one who ministers before the throne, but also the one who holds the keys to the heavenly realm. A warrior, gatekeeper, defender. Across centuries and scriptures, one pattern never changes. Michael arrives when the warning has already been ignored. In the 12th chapter of Revelation, the tone of the text shifts. What begins as vision becomes violence. The veil thins, and what we're given is a declaration that a war took place beyond the veil of creation. A war in the highest realm. A war in heaven. The passage states it clearly. "And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought, and his angels..." The texts say it plainly. There was a rebellion, and there were sides. There were armies, and at the centre of it, standing as the first to act, is Michael. What's striking about this passage is the silence. God doesn't speak here. He doesn't issue a command. It is Michael who moves. The one who was introduced in Daniel as the protector of a people now rises to engage directly, forcefully, and with angels under his command. Michael and his angels. That phrase matters. It places him in command. He leads. Opposing him is the dragon, identified within the same chapter as Satan, the devil, the serpent of old, the adversary in his final form. He fights back, and there are angels on his side too. Beings who once stood in the presence of divinity now fall into open rebellion. The fracture is total. Heaven is divided. And yet the result is never in doubt. "And prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven." The language here is final. Their place, their standing, their right to remain is gone. What follows is even more brutal. The text says that the dragon was cast out, thrown down, along with his angels. This is where Michael's role becomes unmistakable. He is heaven's response. He acts when tolerance ends. He is the one sent to remove, and he does it without a recorded word. Heaven doesn't need comfort in that moment. It needs to be cleansed. Early commentators recognized the weight of this scene. Some asked why it was Michael who cast out the dragon rather than God, but that question misunderstands the point. God doesn't need to intervene directly when his will is already being carried out by one who never hesitates. Michael acts because he has already been trusted to do what must be done. Throughout the writings of church fathers and medieval theologians, this scene is held up as the crystallization of the angelic hierarchy. Michael, as the archangel, stood at the front of the battle, commanding the sword. The dragon fell, and his followers fell with him. Their place in heaven was sealed, closed behind them by the one whose presence is never soft, and whose silence is never uncertain. It was the moment evil was thrown down, and Michael was the one who made it happen. The book of Jude is short, just one chapter. Nestled near the end in the New Testament, it reads like a final warning. It speaks of corruption, judgment, fallen angels, and the doom reserved for those who defy the divine. It's intense, condensed, and apocalyptic. And then, almost in passing, it delivers one of the most unsettling lines in all of Scripture. But Michael the Archangel, when he disputed with the devil and argued about the body of Moses, did not dare pronounce against him a railing judgment, but said, "The Lord rebuke you." That's the entire account, just a moment where two of the most powerful beings in all creation clash over a corpse: Michael, Satan, and the body of Moses. The Old Testament tells us that Moses died in the land of the Moab, and that God buried him in a place no one would ever find. Deuteronomy 34:6 says plainly, "But no man knows the place of his burial to this day." The line always raised questions. Why would God personally bury a prophet, and why hide the body? Jude seems to answer that. There was an attempt to claim the body, to defile it, to twist something sacred even in death, and Michael stopped it. Jude says disputed, argued, a real confrontation that took place, and it involved Satan trying to take what had been buried in secret. The story Jude references doesn't appear anywhere else in the Bible, but it does echo material from the Assumption of Moses, a Jewish text that's mostly lost today. What fragments survive suggests that Moses' death was unique, that something about it required secrecy, protection, and even a guardian. So we see Michael again, standing guard over a corpse. He says one thing only: "The Lord rebuke you." He invokes authority from the Lord because some thresholds are too sacred for even an archangel to cross on his own, and yet he's the one who is sent, which tells us something about how heaven sees him. The one who intervenes when something holy is under threat, even if that something is already dead. In Judaism, Michael is more than a battlefield commander. He is an intercessor, a high priest in heaven's court, a defender of Israel, and in some midrashic texts, he is the angel who stands at the side of the dying to guard what comes after. That's who we're seeing here. Satan tries to take the body of Moses, twist the legacy, desecrate the resting place, undo something God himself sealed, and Michael stands in the way. Not for glory, not for vengeance, but because someone has to. That moment where no judgment is issued, only resistance, is exactly what defines Michael. Even in death, the battle isn't over, and the enemy comes to cross that final line. Michael is already there. Michael doesn't vanish when the war ends. His sword may lower, but it's never removed. What follows battle is something colder and quieter: the weighing. In Christianity, Michael is more than a commander and more than an enforcer. He becomes the psychopomp, the one who stands at the moment of death to measure the soul, to escort it to heaven. The role is ancient. Psychostasia, the weighing of the soul, reaches back to Egyptian myth with Anubis and the scales of Ma'at. But by the medieval period, it is Michael who inherits the role. The imagery shifts from Egyptian jackal to Hebrew prince, from feathers to flames, but the result is the same. Your soul is held against the truth of your life. In his left hand, a scale. In his right, the sword. The scale, it tilts in response to what you were, your acts, your motives, your weight. Iconography from the Byzantine and Latin West depicts Michael towering above the dead, his eyes fixed on the scale. In some versions, demons claw at one end, trying to tip the balance. They shriek and plead and mock, but Michael holds steady. Truth can't be bargained with, only revealed. The Roman rite of the dead includes a prayer. Saint Michael the Archangel, come to the aid of God's people. Bring them from darkness into the light of heaven. But even in that plea, his job is not to save or separate. Not every soul is welcomed. Some are weighed, some are found wanting, and some are cast down. The book of Revelation shows him at the beginning of the end. Medieval tradition shows him at the end of each individual life. In both, he functions the same. The threshold, the blade, the one who removes. There is no trial, no words, only the moment, and the weight of his silence. Power is common in heaven. Demons fear him because he never asked the question. Lucifer's sin was the thought that preceded the rebellion, the first moment of self-awareness that compared, that measured and doubted. I will ascend, he said. I will be like the Most High. It was a declaration, but also a rupture, a break from alignment. Thought became deviation, will became fracture. Michael never did that. This is why we fear him. Michael is without fracture, authority without deviation, obedience in absolute clarity. Michael is the enforcer of structure itself, the blade that cuts the world into obedience and deviation, and once the cut is made, it is permanent. This is the horror for demons, the presence of something that never wavered, something that was in the same proximity to God, the same light, the same presence, and did not fall. Michael is their shame made manifest. Philosophically, Michael is uncorrupted, unquestioning, absolute. This places him outside the modern mythos of the tragic hero or the redemptive saviour. Not there to understand the monster, but to slay it. His role is modern in the strictest sense, elemental, unchanging, necessary. But then comes the harder question. What does he mean for us? We are not angels, we are not demons. We waver, we hesitate, we carry contradiction, doubt, fear and shame, and yet we are told he is present at our death, that he weighs the soul. So what does it mean to be measured by the unbroken? Michael is terrifying because he judges us by the same standard. Whether we stood, whether when the line appeared we crossed it or held it, and for human beings who live in constant compromise, that line becomes existential. Michael is the archetype of divine confrontation. He represents the integrated will, the self that no longer splits. He is what the ego fears because he is what the ego isn't, whole. When you encounter Michael in art, in vision or death, what you're seeing is what obedience looks like without fault. The sword of heaven turned inward, and it either cuts away the falsehood or it cuts you. To some, this is damnation. To others, liberation. In a world of noise, confusion, and collapsing truth, Michael is clarity. Cold, exact, unflinching, but real. He is not who we are. He is who we measure ourselves against, and in that silence, in that moment, when the soul is held against the truth, he doesn't speak. The scale already has.
He was once a man, walked the earth, had children, lived and died like us. But death wasn't the end. He was taken, transformed, and seated beside the throne of God. They say his name is Metatron, the angel above angels, the voice of God. If you too are the angel above angels, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by myths, legends and folklore. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. The scriptures are filled with deaths, pages lined with names, genealogies, the inevitable, and then he died. Kings fall, prophets perish, even the most righteous are buried in earth. Death is the one boundary that binds every story. But in the middle of these names, one stands apart. Enoch, the descendant of Adam and the great-grandfather of Noah. Then comes the line that breaks the pattern, a single strange sentence in the book of Genesis. Enoch walked with God. Then he was no more, because God took him. Just absence. For centuries, that line haunted those who read it. What does it mean to be taken, to be erased from the world by something greater? The text doesn't explain. It leaves silence, and in that silence, imagination rushed in. Later mystics said that Enoch, the man who vanished, had not died at all. He was lifted alive into heaven, where no mortal was meant to tread, and there something unthinkable happened. The man was unmade, his flesh stripped away, and in place a new being was formed. He was transformed into an angel of unimaginable rank. Metatron. He was said to sit beside the throne of God, to shine with fire, to wield authority so immense that even archangels bent before him. The idea unsettled theologians and terrified mystics. If a man could become that, what did it mean for the order of creation? What did it mean for the line between mortal and divine? Enoch had walked with God, but when he vanished, something far stranger walked back in his place. When Enoch was transformed into Metatron, he was placed before the heavenly books. These were books described by mystics as living records, vast eternal ledgers in which the deeds of all creation were preserved. Every act of man, every thought of the heart, every whisper in the dark was contained within their pages. Nothing was lost, nothing overlooked, and at the centre of this endless task sat Metatron, pen in hand. In rabbinic writings, he is called Sar HaPanim, the Prince of the Presence. It meant he stood closer to the throne of God than any other. His duty was to write, and in his writing to define the order of things. Archangels like Michael and Gabriel were feared as warriors and heralds. But Metatron's power was subtler, and in many ways greater. He held the record itself. The implication was chilling. To write in heaven was to give permanence. What Metatron inscribed became the standard by which judgment would fall. A man's sin or righteousness must pass unnoticed, but not in those pages. Once written, it was eternal. Some texts went further still. They said Metatron wrote with letters of fire, the same flaming script through which God had first spoken creation into being. To write, to sustain. The cosmos itself was stitched together by those words of fire. If the record were to falter, if the book were to ever close, creation itself might collapse into silence. For this reason, some feared Metatron more than any other angel. Warriors could be resisted, heralds could be ignored, but the scribe's gaze could not be escaped. Every life was already in his ledger, waiting for the day it would be read out loud in the court of heaven, and unlike other angels, Metatron had once been human. A man who had been lifted from the earth and given the authority to preserve or condemn the memory of mankind. The rabbis who wrote of him were unsettled by this. The boundaries blurred uncomfortably in Metatron's figure. He was the angel above angels, but also the shadow of humanity's own destiny, proof that flesh could be remade into fire, that mortality could cross into eternity. It raised a question few dared ask. If one man could become the scribe of heaven, what other secrets might lie hidden in the silence of God? Among the visions there is one that stands apart. Metatron seated upon a throne beside God. It was unthinkable. Angels served, not sit. The throne was the symbol of absolute authority, the seat from which creation itself was ruled, and yet Metatron was placed there. Some writings go further still, saying his light was so great that even the hosts of heaven faltered before him. Angels who looked upon him mistook him for God and bowed in fear, unable to tell the difference between the Creator and the one who had been raised from flesh. Rabbis wrestled with this image. To imagine a man transformed into an angel was already unsettling, but to imagine that angel enthroned alongside God threatened to shatter the boundary that held heaven in order. Was Metatron simply a servant raised to impossible honor, or had a human rivaled the divine? Some suggest that the confusion was so severe that Metatron himself had to be marked with fire, punished with blows, a reminder to all of heaven that he was still a created being. He was also a voice, the voice through which the words of God passed. Prophets described hearing not the Almighty directly, but Metatron, the angel who stood so close to the throne that his speech carried the weight of heaven itself. To hear him was to feel the command of creation strike, immediate and absolute. This made him unlike any other in the heavenly order. Michael fought wars. Gabriel carried messages. Raphael healed the wounded. Their authority was recognized, but always as servants. Metatron's role was different. His voice was taken as God's own. Writing gave him a title to reflect this power, the lesser Yahweh, the angel of the name, a name that was bound to the act of creation, too sacred to be spoken aloud by mortal tongues. To tie it to Metatron meant his words carried the same authority as the Creator's. But this closeness carried danger. The rabbis who pondered Metatron's place in heaven recognized the peril. If his voice was indistinguishable from God's, then where did the messenger end and the master begin? Was he simply repeating what it was given to him, or did the act of speaking confer power of its own? The accounts that survive do not answer the question. They leave only the weight of dread, that a voice which once belonged to flesh might now command prophets, speaking not from earth, but from a place that even heaven itself struggled to define. Later, Metatron was linked to a symbol known as Metatron's cube, a geometric figure said to contain the hidden blueprint of creation. Its network of lines holds within it Platonic solids, 5 perfect shapes that philosophers since antiquity believed were the building blocks of all matter: earth, air, fire, water, and the cosmos itself. The cube is a living map of reality. Its lines and intersections represent the unseen lattice beneath the world, a pattern woven into chaos to hold existence together. Gazing upon it was said to reveal the architecture by which the universe was first spoken into being, an image of order so pure it bordered on the heavenly. Occult writings describe the cube as a key to higher states of knowledge used in meditation to pass beyond the limits of the human mind. To trace its lines was to follow the pathways of creation itself, entering a space where matter, number, and spirit converged. At its center stood Metatron, the one who gave the figure its name, positioned as the guardian and guide to its secrets. This changed how he was understood. As scribe, Metatron recorded what had already been done. As voice, he spoke what was being willed. Through the cube, he was tied to what holds everything together, the structure beneath reality, the framework without which nothing could exist. He was no longer a servant of God's order. He was imagined as the hand that pressed against the pattern itself. Yet the cube was a peril as much as a revelation. To step into its design was to trespass into the foundations of creation, a place mortals were never meant to stand. We are warned that the figure could elevate the mind, or shatter it. Those who sought to unlock its secrets risked being unmade by the very structure they tried to comprehend. In Kabbalah, Metatron stands as Keter, the crown of the tree of life. The tree is a diagram of 10 sephirot, spheres of divine emanation through which creation flows. At its summit is Keter, the point nearest to the unknowable source where mortal thought cannot reach. To place Metatron here was to make him the last presence before God, the threshold between creation and the infinite. From this position he is imagined as both bridge and barrier. For those who seek to climb the tree, rising step by step through wisdom, strength, beauty, and understanding, Metatron is the guide who can open the way, but he is also the guardian who bars the path, the flame that keeps mortals from overreaching and being consumed by what lies beyond. To approach Keter without him is to risk collapse in the face of a light too great to endure. Kabbalistic writings sometimes describe him as the chariot of Shekinah, the indwelling presence of God. Through him, that presence could descend into the world. At the same time, he was the angel stationed at the crown to hold back those who would climb higher than permitted. Without such a guardian, human ambition would tear through the order of the tree, breaking the balance that sustains creation. This double role gave him a hopeful and fearful reputation. Calling upon him was to seek the guidance of the highest angel, a pathfinder through the mysteries of existence. Yet he was also the last obstacle, the one who could deny entry, casting the unworthy back into the lower realms. Writings also warned that the danger was existential. Forcing passage beyond Metatron was to tamper with the structure of creation, as the tree was the very framework of reality. His body was said to stretch across heavens, his form burned with fire, eyes flashing like lightning, wings layered upon wings until number meant nothing. Rivers of flame poured from him, garments of glory clung to a body that thundered when it moved. To see him was to feel the world buckle. Light so intense it erased the edges of things and left only overwhelming presence. That presence produced confusion. A story preserved in rabbinic dispute records a vision where one who ascended declared, "Surely there are two powers in heaven." The claim was blasphemy. The reaction shows how close Metatron came to the line no created being should cross. The effect on prophets and visionaries was destructive as well as awful. Some describe falling to the earth, limbs unmade by the force of sight and sound. Others report that his speech rearranged perception itself. A word passed, a thing felt different, as if reality had been renoted. That is why accounts insist his appearance and voice are dangerous, because they can unmake the fragile lines that keep the world coherent. Enoch was taken, and what came back was not a man. Metatron is proof that humanity can be remade into something the world cannot contain, not mortal, not divine, but a terror that belongs to both. His expression is carved from silence, his post is eternal, and before the endless fire, he stands, unmoving, untouched, unshaken. The flames rise, the condemned plead, and still he watches. Around him angels carry out judgment with perfect precision, and when it speaks, it ends all hope. If you too end all hope when you speak, check out Pantheon, our brand inspired by mythology, folklore and legends. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot, link in the description. The Quran speaks his name only once, a single verse buried in the Surah al-Zukhruf, yet heavy enough to echo through every level of hell. The damned cry out to him, begging for an end. His answer comes without cruelty or comfort. You will remain. His name is Malik, and he is the warden of hell, a realm called Jahannam. It is a place of punishment laid in severity, and Malik stands at its heart. He commands the fire itself. Beneath him are the Zabaniya, 19 angels described as stern, severe, and unquestioning. When the gates of hell open, it is by his order. When punishment is carried out, it is under his gaze. His role is simple, absolute. He enforces judgment. Not once in the Quran does he speak of pain, only permanence. Surah 43:77 captures it in full. And they will cry out, O Malik, let your Lord put an end to us. He will say, you will remain. Just the sentence delivered without fury or satisfaction. While others sought power or defied command, Malik remained where he was placed. And in that silence, in that obedience, the flames rise higher. Jahannam is a structure designed, assigned, maintained. The Quran describes it as a place of punishment, a kingdom of consequence, a realm built not by rebellion, but by divine command. It's not one place, but 7. 7 levels, 7 degrees of punishment, each one crafted for a different kind of soul. At the surface lies Jahannam itself, where sinners among the faithful face retribution. Then Lazar, where the flames leap as if alive, consuming without mercy. Deeper still is Saka, where those who denied the truth are scorched and restored, again and again. Al-Hutama, the crusher, waits for those who crushed others without justice. Jahim seethes for the arrogant, those who raise themselves above the command of God. Sa'ir, the blaze, roars for the corrupt. At the base, Al-Hawiyah, the abyss, a place for those who concealed betrayal behind belief, just the drop and the silence. Jahannam holds more than flame. A region known as Zamharir sits frozen, unmoving. There, cold becomes the punishment. Bones shatter from a chill so absolute it strips the soul. In this place, the damned beg for fire, and the fire refuses to rise. Even the fire doesn't act on its own. The Quran tells us the flames won't burn without permission. The heat obeys, the ice obeys, and Malik watches. He is the order behind the torment. When the Zabaniya, the 19 angels, move across the levels, they do so under his gaze, and only when instructed. This is the realm, and at the center of it all, Malik stands as the hand that carries out the decree, the warden of a system that never closes its gates. Iblis defied the command. He was told to bow, and he refused. He would not yield to what he saw as a lesser, believing fire should not bow to clay. His defiance was a declaration. It gave him identity, it gave him exile. Malik knew no such choice. He was born from obedience itself. The angels were created from light, pure, incorruptible, without pride, without ego, without the burden of decision. They are instruments, and Malik is the sharpest amongst them. In the story of Iblis lies the freedom to disobey. In Malik there is only the command to endure. For eternity he stands before fire that never cools, and a silence that never ends. The condemned cry out for release, but their words meet an ear that doesn't interpret, a face that doesn't respond. He hears them all, but the hearing itself is part of the judgment. It is order. The Quran calls the angels those who never disobey what they are commanded and do what they are ordered. Malik is the definition of that verse. The punishment of others is his devotion. The carrying out of justice is his worship. Every flicker of flame, every echo of despair is a task completed. Where Iblis turned from the command, Malik is the command. His being is woven into the law of consequence. The damned beg for death, but he doesn't end them. He cannot. The power to destroy or deliver mercy doesn't belong to him. He is the hand that holds the decree, not the will that writes it. Some believe his silence is proof of purity, that emotion would tarnish his purpose. Others say it is mercy, that to feel would be to fracture. But Malik's stillness is not the absence of feeling. It is the presence of exact obedience, a soul fixed so firmly in its duty that even eternity cannot move it. Iblis became the adversary because he chose himself over command. Malik became the warden because he never chose at all. And perhaps that is the darker fate. The rebel burns for pride, the obedient burns forever for duty. 19 of them. They have no faces, no stories, no memory of a time before the sentence. The Zabaniya were named before, but now they arrive. They aren't guards or soldiers, they are the system. Each one is part of the machinery of punishment. One binds, one drags, one marks. One carries the soul to its level, another locks the gate behind it. 19 roles, 19 tasks, 19 steps from judgment to execution. Nothing left undone. They move through the layers of the Jahannam without resistance. Flame, ash, ice, none of it touches them. They deliver it, and when the condemned are placed, it is the Zabaniya who carry them down. Just the weight between levels. No soul passes through the gate without being touched by them. Their silence is the sound of flawless design. Where others might hesitate, they continue. Where others might listen, they carry on. They are the final moment before the despair becomes permanence. Malik doesn't direct them, he remains still, and that is enough. They know when to move, they know where to go. He stands, they act. Their number is fixed, their work eternal, their presence is the sentence itself. And when their task is complete, they simply return, waiting for the next. The fire rises, it roars, it consumes, yet he stands apart. All around, flames are unleashed, all around the damned burn. But he, unscathed, such is the fire that does not burn him. Flame in this realm is divine, law, punishment, and though its tongue lashes flesh, its gaze never finds him. He is outside its hunger, outside its claim. This is the nature of sacred fire. It purifies the aligned. It destroys the impure. It holds both mercy and doom. In many traditions, the holy walk within the blaze and remain unharmed. The bush that burns yet doesn't consume. The temple's flame steady in the storm. And here in Jahannam, the flame obeys the will of its maker. His presence speaks of a juncture between creation and command. The same fire that rips away names, memories, even hope. It touches him, but does not claim him. It flees its own dominion when he approaches. The reason? This fire is constructed for what he oversees. He stands as witness, he stands as measure. The fire, though vast and untamed, operates under the decree. It does not rage at him, because it has no discretion. It does not recognize the one it should burn when the sentence does not name him. He is beyond its fuel. He exists because it exists. He is the unblinking observer of its release. When the gates open, when the layers shift, when the flames surge or the ice freezes, he remains. That remaining is his immersion in the system. The fire may sear, may freeze, but not for him. It endures around him, while he endures through the decree. But not every eye sees the same fire. To many, Malik is the warden of Jahannam, silent, severe, a sentinel. He enforces judgment without cruelty and without mercy, simply because it is what he was made to do. His silence is terrifying because it is complete. But within Sufism, the mystical dimension of Islam, not all suffering is punishment, and not all fire is wrath. Sufis seek a direct inward path to God, focusing on purifying the soul, dissolving the ego, and reaching unity with the divine. Where orthodox traditions emphasize law and obedience, Sufi teachings search for the hidden meanings beneath. To these mystics, Malik is the purifier. The fire he oversees is a necessary burning away of the self. Some Sufi thinkers believe the soul must pass through hell to be made whole. That ego, pride, and false identity must be incinerated so that only truth remains. In this reading, Malik's silence is mercy too vast to explain. Writers like Ibn Arabi spoke of divine love hiding even in punishment. He described hell as part of God's mercy. If paradise is reunion, then hell is the forge where the soul is made ready to return. If we look at Malik from the psychological angle, he is the part of the human psyche that craves law. He is the part that needs the rules to be unbreakable. If they aren't, then nothing means anything. He is the internal structure that says, this is the line, you crossed it, now you suffer. And it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter why you crossed, it doesn't weigh context, it doesn't need to. Malik is the conscience that obeys, the one that doesn't flinch when punishment must be given. In that sense, he represents the death of internal conflict. He is what remains when choice is gone and only function remains. The tyrant within, disguised as discipline. The part of us that can watch a burning and say, this is right. Not because it feels right, because it was ordered. That is his purity. That is his horror. Perhaps worst of all, he is reliable. The psyche trusts him. Malik doesn't lie. He never promises mercy, he never betrays, he does exactly what must be done. He is the terrifying comfort of a sentence with no appeal. The part of the mind that says, "Let it burn," if that is what the law demands. In the soul's architecture, he is the last room, the one without windows, where the self faces its consequence, and no voice answers back. He doesn't speak because there's nothing left to say. He doesn't move because the sentence is already written. Before him, fire performs its function. Around him, eternity takes shape. He doesn't question, he does not feel. He remains. What is more terrifying, the one who punishes with fury, or the one who punishes without it?
It moved through Egypt without speaking. Faceless, nameless, it recognized a mark and ignored a voice. Houses were entered. Breath stopped where it stood. Children died where they slept. When judgment comes in God's name, it often announces itself with trumpets and fire, messengers. This time, there was nothing to see. Only the knowledge the next morning that something had passed through and left silence behind. Enforcement. And it did not need a name. If you too moved through Egypt without speaking, check out Pantheon, our brand inspired by myths, legends, and folklore. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. In the book of Exodus, judgment falls on Egypt 10 times. Rivers turn to blood, frogs swarm the land, flies choke the air, boils fester on skin, hail shatters the crops, locusts sweep in behind to finish what remains. Each plague builds on the last, an escalation of pressure, a demonstration of power that is as visible as it is strategic. Confrontation followed by consequence. The message is repeated louder each time. Let them go, but the Pharaoh doesn't bend, and the machinery of warning gives way to something else. So the 10th plague arrives. Simply happens. Exodus 12:23 records it in a line that passes quickly in the flow of instructions, but what it describes is colder than anything that came before it. The Lord will pass through to strike the Egyptians. But when he sees blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not allow the destroyer to enter your houses to strike you down. There is no name or description of what the destroyer looks like, where it comes from or how it moves. There is only the implication of a being, or perhaps a force, that is being held back. And when not held back, will carry out something irreversible. In Hebrew, the word used is ha-maskit, the destroyer. Not a destroyer, but the destroyer, the one assigned to carry out this act. The word mashkit denotes one who brings ruin, but it tells us nothing about form or identity. It is described only in terms of what it will be allowed to do. The earlier plagues were theatrical, their power was in how they spoke. The Nile turning to blood was an insult to Egyptian religion. The frogs, the insects, the disease, the weather, all of them targeted specific elements of Egyptian life and belief. They could be interpreted, they could be resisted. Even in their horror, they were statements. But the final plague is a sentence. The blood on the doorposts is a mark, an instruction followed. The destroyer doesn't assess the people within each house, nor read hearts or consider conduct or ask who deserves to be spared. It responds to a sign. If the blood is there, the order is to pass over. If not, the order is to enter, and once it enters, the result is immediate and final, and what follows is absence. This absence is what defines it. The Lord will not allow it to enter. That is the boundary. There's no sense of engagement beyond that moment. The Israelites aren't spared because they're morally superior or have proven themselves worthy. They are spared because they followed a specific command, spared due to compliance. Religions would try to name what the text leaves unnamed. Interpretations arose, assigning it familiar roles, accuser, reaper, filling in the silence with borrowed identities. But none of these attributions belong to the passage itself. They are reflections of discomfort, attempts to make sense of a force that offers no such clarity. Elsewhere in Scripture, agents are introduced with specificity. Names are given, voices speak, appearances are recorded, even figures of opposition are allowed character. But here, there is only a task, just the destroyer, an act. Enemies can be identified, they can be watched, confronted, resisted. They exist within a narrative, cause conflict, consequence. But the destroyer arrives, destroys, and leaves. What passed through Egypt that night was the execution of an instruction, a silent obedience to an invisible condition. In the morning there were no signs of a presence, only the weight of what had been removed. Firstborns were gone. Grief had taken root, and no voice left to explain why. The destroyer is terrifying because it never needed anything at all. Power without a face. In a narrative that so often relies on divine encounters where angels speak and rebel, where visions overwhelm and names hold weight, this moment breaks the pattern. Something is permitted to slaughter, but nothing about it is revealed. To assign it a name would be to place it within structure. To define it would be to imagine a way to resist. But the destroyer? It exists only to pass through. The destroyer appears again in moments where death comes quickly. The pattern is familiar. Something is released, something is stopped, and in between people die. In the second book of Samuel, King David commits a sin by ordering a census of Israel. It seems like a minor act, but it is interpreted as an offense against God, a decision rooted in pride or mistrust. In response, David is offered 3 punishments, and he chooses the one that leaves the timing in God's hands: a plague across the land. What follows is quiet devastation. 70,000 people die. The text says that the angel stretches out its hand toward Jerusalem, ready to continue, but is told to stop. The destruction ends because it is halted. There's no suggestion that the angel chose to relent, just doing what it was sent to do, and it ceases only when told. The same event is recounted again in 1 Chronicles 21, but the account shifts focus. The destruction has already taken place. 70,000 are dead. The narrative then freezes on a single image, a figure standing between earth and sky, sword drawn, positioned over Jerusalem. The city waits beneath it. The sword remains raised. David sees the figure and steps forward, offering himself in place of the people. The angel remains where it is. The plague ends only when the command is given. The sword is lowered. The action stops. Authority flows in one direction. In Isaiah 37, the Assyrian army encamps around Jerusalem. The city braces for siege under the weight of overwhelming force, led by one of the most feared empires of the age. The text bypasses military strategy and diplomatic tension, leaping directly into the finality of the night. When the city sleeps, 185,000 soldiers perish. The angel of the Lord acts with total precision. Silence reigns where the clash of armies was expected. At dawn, The Assyrian camp remains frozen. Bodies carpet the earth. The momentum of conquest simply vanishes. The king retreats to Nineveh in a hollow silence. The siege ends in the cradle of its own beginning. The threat was erased in the shadows, an act of pure execution. Every command was fulfilled. Every strike was absolute. Only the dead remained. These records document power released and then recalled. They describe death administered with a sudden finality, halted by a superior command. This force remains dormant until the moment of choice. It acts until the word of restraint arrives. What moves through these stories is a singular function that remains static and silent. It exists beyond names or honor, an extension of will, a delegated presence, a sanctioned act. It appears, enforces, and withdraws. While the text refers to the angel of the Lord, the phrase remains a shadow. It serves for messengers, it serves for visions, it serves for the hand of God. Yet, here it remains a mystery. The text ignores the identity of the figure. The acts are too severe for symbolism. The God of the Hebrew Bible often speaks, intervenes, punishes, and relents. But in these moments, he employs a proxy. He releases a presence that avoids communication. He bypasses deliberation. He ignores questions. When God speaks, understanding remains possible. When this figure acts, only the loss remains. The plagues of Egypt displayed power. This displays something separate. This is divine will stripped of relationship. Judgment is outsourced to a force carrying only its task, its silence, and its absolute end. After the act, humanity searched for structure. The destroyer left only an aftermath, so the instinct was immediate. Give it form, assign a name, build a memory that the tongue could hold. Rabbinic scholars reached backward, pulling from known figures. Samael, the accuser, Azrael, the harvester. Later readers turned to Revelation and found Abaddon, commander of the pit. None of these figures originate from the moments of execution in Egypt or Jerusalem. Each was borrowed. Each attempt reflected a need to domesticate fear. The results remained fractured. Jewish commentary splintered. Christian writings shaped the figure into prophecy. Mystical text folded it into hierarchies. Every effort collapsed under the weight of its own speculation. The need to name speaks to human impulse. Names offer containment, introduce a force to language, art, and symbol. Once named, a power can be analyzed without being felt. It can be softened, integrated. The destroyer withheld that permission. While other agents carry war or messages, the destroyer rejects the story entirely. It appears through effect. It fulfills the command. It permits no negotiation between appearance and action. This isolation defines it. It remains separate from the recurring agents of intervention, standing apart from adversaries with motives or history, the release of force that terminates whatever lies in its path. God withheld identity because the act required no frame. This was a function built for a singular task, too severe to grant memory. Attempts to name it merely scattered the fear. They split the truth into avatars and doctrines, legends and myths, none of which could absorb what was loosed. The destroyer remains outside of all that, a presence untouched by theology, a sentence that continues long after the words end. The destroyer is never named, but throughout the same scriptures a different figure appears, one with a voice and a face. In the burning bush, an angel calls Moses by name. On a dusty road, an angel stops to argue with a prophet, the angel of the Lord. Think of this figure as a diplomat. A diplomat carries a message. He listens, he negotiates. When the diplomat is in the room, there is still time for a story to change. But when the time for talk is over, the diplomat leaves and the mechanism enters. Consider the nature of a soldier. Even the most disciplined soldier has a glitch in their obedience, their humanity. A soldier may look at a child or an innocent family and feel a moment of hesitation. They have a no inside them. They have a conscience that can act as a brake on a command. The destroyer is a soldier without the glitch. It is closer to an algorithm than a person. An algorithm doesn't hate the user. It doesn't feel joy when it executes a line of code or guilt when it deletes a database. It's simply a piece of hardware designed to recognize a specific signature. If the blood is on the door, the code says pass over. If the door is clean, the code says execute. This is the terror of perfect obedience. We usually fear rebellion, demons, chaos, or villains who have their own twisted agendas. We fear them because they are wild. But the destroyer represents a force that is tame to a terrifying degree. It has no agenda of its own. It's a servant so absolute that it has no ego, no hesitation, and no name. It is the undo command of the universe. When God speaks to Moses, he is a person. When he releases the destroyer, he is a system. We find comfort in the person because we can bargain with a heart. We recoil from the system because you cannot plead with a law of physics. You cannot bargain with a machine. The thing we fear most is the command fulfilled too perfectly. We fear the monster because the monster has a face. We can look into its eyes and understand its hunger. We can negotiate with a predator that wants something from us. But the destroyer offers no such recognition. It represents the terror of the absolute, the moment when the universe stops being a story and starts being a gravity. It's the weight we feel in the modern age when we realize our lives are governed by forces that don't require presence to operate. The cold, clean geometry of power that can remove life as easily as a hand brushing dust from a table. It is the predator that doesn't eat to survive. It is the fire that doesn't burn for warmth. It is a clinical removal of the self, a surgical strike against the soul. This is the legacy of the Nameless. It reminds us that beneath the layers of mercy and relationship, there is a coldness to the sacred. There is a part of the divine that isn't interested in your biography or your virtues. It is the part that views a king and a slave as the same mathematical requirement. There is no struggle because there is no one to fight. There is no plea because there is no one to listen. It is the ultimate expression of power, the ability to act without ever being present. The horror of the empty throne. The realization that sometimes the hand of God is simply a vacancy that moves through the room. It arrives to conclude you.
He was appointed, tasked with accusation, death, and judgment already decided. He carried out his work with full authority and complete loyalty. Every charge he delivered was sanctioned. He became the one who spoke what heaven wouldn't say aloud. He took on the work that kept holiness clean by pushing its weight elsewhere. Over time, that burden marked him. His service placed him too close to suffering, too close to judgment, and too close to what heaven preferred to keep unseen. Eventually, he stood apart, no longer welcome among those untouched by his work. Samael appears gradually on the edges of Jewish writing, in the places where questions about judgment, suffering, and responsibility start to pile up. He surfaces later in Jewish writings, especially in rabbinic discussions and mystical texts that try to explain how divine judgment actually works behind the scenes.
These texts are wrestling with uncomfortable problems, and Samael appears where those problems refuse to go away. From the beginning, his name carries heaviness. Samael is commonly translated as poison of God or severity of God. Both readings point to the same idea. He's linked to harm that is allowed, even required. Harm that serves a purpose. Early descriptions place him among angels operating with authority, when he actually does so because he's been given permission. There's no suggestion that he sneaks into his role or takes it upon himself. He is sent. What stands out immediately is that Samael is never gentle. Where other angels protect and heal or guide, Samael confronts. His presence signals that something has already gone wrong and that consequences are now unavoidable. In these early writings, he's often positioned opposite humanity, challenging people rather than helping them. He presses weaknesses instead of covering them. He brings attention to failure where others would prefer to look away. It makes him useful. As Jewish thought develops, angels begin to take on clearer roles. Some are associated with mercy, some with protection, and some with healing or guidance. Samael's role sharpens. He becomes more closely associated with accusation and harm and eventually death. Writers become more honest about what his role implies. Crucially, there isn't an early version of Samael that later becomes corrupted. He appears already burdened from the moment his name is used. He's tied to severity. This makes him difficult to place. He belongs among the angels, but his work makes people uncomfortable with that fact. From his earliest appearances, Samael forces writers to confront how judgment is carried out, who bears the name for suffering, and whether divine authority can remain untouched when its agents aren't. That tension is there from the start. Everything that follows grows out of this unease. There's no room for error. Every action is recorded and every consequence is earned. That level of accountability is what separates a lucky guess from a professional strategy. If you're looking to bring that kind of discipline to your own execution, you need the right environment to do it. That's why I've partnered with Playbit for today's video. Playbit is a leading trading community with over 1,000 members run by professional traders. Inside, you'll find in-depth education that actually explains how the markets move: structure, price, delivery, liquidity, execution. They cover the fundamentals, advanced strategy, risk management, and prop firm readiness, all the tools needed to build wealth. Monday to Friday, there's live trading, real traders, real results, wins and losses, full transparency. You watch the sessions live, ask questions, see setups forming, understand the logic, and if you want, follow along. Earn while you learn. You may assume you need thousands to get started. That's where the prop firms come in. They let you trade with their capital rather than your own, in exchange for a share of the profits. But passing their evaluations takes discipline and precision. With Playbit's help, you can get funded and start trading serious capital while keeping your own money safe. They break down the rules, show you how to avoid common traps, and teach you how to trade the way prop firms actually want to see. Still not convinced? Go check out the Walls of Gains, a live feed of member results. Funded passes, withdrawals, consistent trades, daily results from members like this, and this. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. It takes time and real commitment. But this could be a start to financial freedom. You can try Playbit completely free for 7 days, no commitment, no excuses, just you, the charts, and a community built to win. Nothing to lose, and everything to gain. Click the link in the description. In Jewish tradition, judgment begins with a charge. Before anything can be taken or broken, a voice must speak. And that voice belongs to Samael. When he speaks, a process begins that cannot be reversed. The book of Job offers one of the clearest examples of this. The scene unfolds in heaven among the Bene Ha-Elohim, the sons of God. Among them is Ha-Satan, the accuser, a title, not an identity. God points to Job and declares him blameless, but the accuser asks a single question. Does Job fear God for nothing? That question changes everything. It challenges the legitimacy of divine favor. Because of that question, a test is authorized. Job's protection is withdrawn, his wealth collapses, his children are killed, and his health fails. His friends turn on him because a single voice removed the comfort of assumption. Once the charge was spoken, the silence broke, and the sentence had somewhere to go. That is what Samael does. He brings forward the claim that changes the atmosphere. The moment he speaks, innocence is no longer assumed. Guilt becomes traceable. The room becomes a courtroom, and everything soft begins to harden. He is feared because he removes ambiguity. In religious life, ambiguity is comfort. As long as fault remains unnamed, it can be softened or excused. But once the charge is spoken, once it is clear and exact, that comfort disappears. In later mysticism, Samael becomes associated with the Sitra Akra, the other side, the realm of harsh severity. But even there, he remains within the structure. He evaluates. When the mass becomes too much to bear in silence, he names it. It is accuracy that makes him terrifying. His speech is cold, measured, and correct. He doesn't embellish or exaggerate, he doesn't need to. His authority lies in truth stated clearly. In some traditions, Samael appears at the moment of death as the one who reads the record. He's the voice that speaks when nothing else can be said. Whether he whispers or declares it loudly, the charge lands with finality. In every life there are things we hope remain hidden, even from heaven. Samael is the one who finds them and brings them to the surface. This is what he was appointed to do. Verdicts begin with clarity, and he is the one who carries it. Samael's presence is often felt in his stillness. He possesses a way of simply remaining in place, quiet, watchful, and entirely unmoving. You realize very quickly that everything stops where he begins. This is the side of him that defines the boundary. His shadow becomes the gap between where you are and where you want to be, and that no, the sheer, immovable reality of his position, is what we eventually fear as force against us. In the old stories, angels are given specific parts of the world to look after. Some bring life or offer a hand. Samael is different. He's placed exactly where mercy reaches its limit. There's a famous story about Abraham on his way to sacrifice his son. It's a heavy, silent journey, and Samael shows up. But he remains apart from the argument. Instead, he becomes a deep, rushing river right in the middle of the path. He challenges the man to keep walking. He's there to see exactly what the mission is worth to the one carrying it out. Abraham pushes through, but the pattern is set. When your heart is being tested, Samael is the one you must face. When someone stands in your way with that much conviction, you eventually stop seeing the command and start seeing an enemy. It feels personal. The world feels small because he is the only thing in the room that won't budge. The truth is that he is acting out of pure loyalty. He's the only one who's actually honoring the original world, doing exactly what he was told to do. The pain we feel is simply what happens when a limit is reached. He ensures the end of the line remains the end. But because he is so steady, and because he never blinks, he becomes the image of suffering. Eventually we stop seeing a servant and start seeing a monster. We believe that he's the reason the path is blocked, even though he was only ever told to watch the door. And he does. Samael avoids the flashy destruction. He leaves the fire and the crumbling walls to others. His role is much quieter, much heavier. In the later stories, his name begins to surface right at the edge of ruin. He is there moments before kingdoms fracture, before cities fall, and before the protection people counted on suddenly vanishes. At first it looks like a coincidence. Then it feels like a warning. Eventually, it becomes a certainty. You realize that he can bring about a ruin without ever raising a hand. And once he does, the very idea of recovery starts to feel impossible. In deeper mystical writings, he is the last figure ever to be seen before a life or structure gives way. When he enters a picture, the script is nearly finished. The sentence has already been written. He's simply the one who reads the final word aloud. There is an old pattern in these texts where Samael appears during the most decisive turns in history, moments when people are teetering between a second chance and total collapse. You can see this in the story of Exodus during the final plague. The ancient texts speak of a destroyer sent to carry out the last judgment. The blood on the doorpost was a boundary line, a warning to that specific shadow, do not enter here. While the Torah leaves this figure unnamed, many later traditions identify this destroyer as Samael. They see him as the one who must be held back, because his entry means the line has already been crossed. That image of a figure so heavy it must be restrained is what defines him. He appears when judgment is no longer a threat, but a reality. He arrives at the exact moment when it's too late for change. In the Zohar, Samael belongs to the left-hand side of the divine, the side of severity and hard truths. When that side outweighs mercy, collapse follows. He doesn't need to push the scale, he simply appears when it's already tipped. This is the recurring theme. The soul at the final breath, the kingdom at the brink of ruin, the person who has crossed one threshold too many. He arrives to witness the turning point, and that is what makes his arrival so haunting. It's the timing. His name works like a siren. It's quiet, but it's final. It says, the test is over. The window has collapsed. What follows is now consequence. Even those who believe in miracles know that there is a moment when the line is no longer theoretical. Samael is the one who marks it. He can leave the weapons behind. Samael possesses a perfect kind of loyalty. He was given the hardest assignments and fulfilled them with absolute precision. Every charge he spoke, every gate he guarded, it was all done under authority, yet he remains on the outside, existing in a state of being unwelcome. This is because obedience, when taken to its furthest edge, becomes something no one wants to look at. In the stories of the heavenly, there are those who return and are restored to honor, but Samael remains where the work ended. Over time, the figure who once stood in the light of holiness begins to be seen differently. He becomes a shadow that carries the scent of the end. There is a difference between those who speak of hard truth and those who have to enforce it. Samael made the consequences real. He followed every warning through to its conclusion. While others moved freely through the heights, he found the doors slowly closing behind him. He became avoided. That is the burden of service when the command is clean but the work is heavy. His proximity to suffering began to define him. He was the one who stayed in the room after every plea had failed, every defense had crumbled. That kind of presence becomes too much for those who want the sentence executed, but don't want to remember the cost. In the deeper mystical text, he begins to absorb blame for the very things he was told to do. His name starts to blur with the idea of the enemy. The memory of his work, done on behalf of a power that remains distant, clings to him like a shadow. He is still faithful, but that faithful now makes him dangerous to be around. His existence is a paradox. To be the one who enforces the end means living in the wreckage of what fell. Others serve once and return to grace. Samael serves continually without relief. He is the reminder that judgment has a price. He is the one who occupies the space where mercy is not extended, and once you have stood in that place long enough, it begins to shape how you are seen. Others can feel it. His arrival is no longer tolerable to them. Eventually, Samael becomes the one who isn't invited back. Those he served no longer want to see what their own orders look like once they are fully obeyed. His exile is the result of a service rendered too completely. He is the figure who did everything asked of him and was left outside the gate. He remains unclaimed. He never changed sides, but over time people stopped believing that could be true. The further history moved from judgment, the more unbearable Samael became. He carried out what others commanded, and that only made him more dangerous in their eyes. The fact that he followed orders without rebellion, that he enforced suffering without protest, meant there was no rebellion to punish and no crime to explain him. That made him harder to contain. Writers then tried to contain him another way. They began to move him, first away from the heights, then toward the shadows. His proximity to heaven became too uncomfortable. So the story shifted. He was paired with Lilith, the first wife of Adam, cast as a seducer, corrupter, and figure of poison and temptation. Where once he was an enforcer of holiness, now he was made into the author of sin. The work he did was reinterpreted as motive. This was a psychological recoil, a way of coping with the memory of a servant who followed commands so completely that the results became indistinguishable from cruelty. Judgment could remain necessary, but the one who carried it out had to be thrown into the pit. That's how demonization works. The label becomes a mask that keeps the real story out of view. In later Kabbalistic texts, Samael is repositioned again. He's no longer just heaven's servant, he's now the prince of demons, the consort of Lilith, the arch-adversary aligned with the other side. His story is dismantled piece by piece. The records of his authority are blurred, and the weight of what he did is turned into a personal hunger. The horror of what he was asked to do is replaced by the comfort of imagining he chose it for himself. But even in these darker portrayals, traces remain. He's still organized, still precise, still executing decisions that don't begin with him. Even in hell, he watches, he waits, he obeys. The shape is still there, just buried beneath layers of accusation that were never part of the original design. This is what history does when it doesn't know where to place fear. It holds it up, reshapes it, and files it under evil. Doing this, calling it evil, makes it easier to move on. Samael isn't reclassified because he changed. He's reclassified because he didn't. Samael stayed in line. He spoke only when required, doing the same work over and over, long after everyone stopped watching, and that's the horror. When you picture a fallen being, you expect defiance, you expect a war in heaven, a throne overturned, but Samael served completely. He did the task everyone else avoided, the executions, the accusations, the moments that closed history rather than opened it. And when it was done, there was a silence, just distance, a quiet, uneasy withdrawal from the place that had sent him. He's a theological embarrassment. When you look too closely at him, you start to ask questions about obedience, about how far holiness is willing to go, about what gets discarded once the judgment is carried out. Samael's horror is that he stayed true to heaven. It's that heaven turned from him, and he's still there, still watching to be recalled, still listening for a command. His stance is one of continuation. He is the angel who followed the letter of the command until the command itself became unbearable to witness. So we flinch. We flinch because he didn't break, because he did everything right and was still left outside. Heaven has room for martyrs, for prophets, for rebels who fall and rise again. But it seems the limit is reached with one who did the job no one else would and never stopped doing it. And that's where he stays, apart from redemption, just waiting, forever obedient, forever outside.
They were tasked to oversee humanity, but their choices led to our corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Pantheon mythology, and today we're exploring the question, who are the fallen angels who corrupted humanity? If you too want to corrupt humanity, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by myths from around the world. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. Right, here we go. The Book of Enoch is one of the most fascinating and controversial ancient texts. It offers dramatic expansion on the mysteries of the Bible, diving into stories that most people have only glimpsed in passing. Though it's not part of the official canon for most major religions, this ancient Jewish work, written around 300 BCE, has shaped theological thought and mythology in ways that still echo today. At the heart of the Book of Enoch lies an extraordinary tale. It takes the brief, cryptic mentions in Genesis about the sons of God, who took human wives and fathered the Nephilim, those mysterious giants or heroes of old, and builds an epic story around them. Genesis leaves us with more questions than answers, but Enoch dives in, connecting the dots and weaving a tale of rebellion and cosmic consequences. The Watchers were a group of angels tasked with one job: observe humanity. They weren't meant to guide, protect, or intervene, just to watch. Their name reflects this role, and they were often referred to as the Sons of God or Sons of Heaven. These titles hint at their divine origins, but also their place as intermediaries between the celestial and the earthly. They were meant to keep their distance, silently witnessing humanity's growth and struggles. But here's the thing. Being so close to humanity without participating wasn't easy. The Watchers saw it all, the joys, the hardships, the beauty of human existence. Over time, they began to feel something they were never supposed to: temptation. These angels, created to represent order, started to question their role. Why should they remain detached? Why couldn't they take part in the life they had been sent to oversee? The Watchers' story is fascinating because it's not just about rebellion. It's about their very human-like struggle with desire and duty. They were powerful, celestial beings, but their connection to humanity became their undoing. They longed for the freedom to feel, to act, to indulge in the world they observed from afar. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It grew over time, a slow shift from duty to defiance. They crossed a line that was never meant to be crossed, and their actions would change not only their fate, but the fate of humanity itself. What started as silent observation turned into direct interference, with consequences that would ripple through history. It all began with temptation towards the allure of mortal women. From their heavenly vantage point, the Watchers saw beauty unlike anything they had ever known. These women were graceful, compelling, and deeply human. Their lives, their joys, their struggles awakened desires the Watchers had no business feeling. What started as admiration turned into longing, and longing grew into obsession. At the center of this growing tension was their leader, Samael. He recognized the danger of their thoughts, cautioning his fellow Watchers against the path they were considering. Samael understood the weight of their actions. Breaking their vows wouldn't just bring punishment upon themselves, it would create consequences far beyond their control. Yet, even as he hesitated, the others pushed forwards. Their determination wore him down, and together they swore a binding oath. If one of them fell, they would all fall together. This pact of shared rebellion sealed their fate. With their decision made, the Watchers descended to Earth. They cast aside their roles as observers and became participants in the world they were only meant to witness. Taking human women as their wives, they defied the laws that governed their existence. This act alone was enough to mark their fall. But their betrayal didn't stop with their unions. By descending into the mortal world, they set off a chain of events that would forever alter humanity. They brought with them secrets that were never meant to be shared, knowledge that blurred the line between divine power and mortal ambition. This knowledge wasn't simply forbidden. It was a force that could upend everything. The Watchers didn't just share secrets. They gave humanity the power to reshape the world. The teachings they imparted weren't just a breach of rules. They were a direct disruption of the natural order. The Watchers began with sorcery, teaching humans how to control the forces of nature itself. For the first time, people could manipulate the elements: wind, water, and earth. What seemed like a gift turned into something far darker. Humanity was handed the power to change reality, but without the wisdom to understand its dangers. As people grew more knowledgeable, they started to experiment with these new abilities, and soon they were playing with fire. Forces they couldn't control. Azazel's influence, however, was perhaps the most far-reaching. He didn't simply show humans how to craft weapons, he taught them how to wage war. Before this, humanity had been relatively peaceful, but once these teachings spread, violence became an inevitable part of life. The creation of weapons like swords, knives, and shields marked the beginning of conflict as a way of life. What started as a tool for protection quickly turned into a means of domination and conquest. War was no longer an option. It became an integral part of human existence. Azazel's teachings didn't end with warfare. He also introduced the concept of vanity. He showed humanity how to use cosmetics and adornments, shifting the focus from the inner world to the external. People started to place more importance on appearance, on material possessions, on status, losing sight of what mattered most. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It became about how you looked, what you wore, and how others saw you. Humanity's focus shifted from a spiritual growth to the pursuit of material wealth and shallow beauty. And then, of course, came astrology. The Watchers shared the secrets of the stars, the knowledge of how to read the heavens and predict the future. What had once been reserved for higher beings was now in human hands. But instead of using his knowledge to deepen their understanding of the world, humanity began using it to control it. The stars were no longer a tool for enlightenment. They became a way to manipulate fate. People sought to control their futures, to bend the world to their will, rather than respecting the natural flow of life. These teachings, the power to manipulate nature, the introduction of weapons, vanity, and the ability to control fate, weren't just about giving humanity power. They were about taking away humanity's innocence, turning people into beings driven by their desires rather than their purpose. The Watchers, in trying to teach, instead corrupted humanity. What they gave wasn't wisdom, but a catalyst for self-destruction. And at the heart of it all was Azazel, whose teachings laid the groundwork for the chaos and greed that would follow. The Nephilim were giants born from forbidden unions between Watchers and human women. These offspring weren't just remarkable because of their size, they were overwhelming in every sense. Imagine creatures that towered above men, capable of doing far more damage than anyone could anticipate. They were the first generation of beings to directly challenge the boundaries of the natural order, and their existence was a reflection of the chaos that followed the Watchers' rebellion. Their size alone made them a terrifying presence, but it wasn't just about their physicality. The Nephilim carried with them a violent nature, one that was directly tied to the corruption that their parents, the Watchers, had introduced. These giants weren't content with simply existing. They demanded everything around them. They devoured resources on a scale that drained the earth, consuming far more than they needed. Crops, animals, and entire ecosystems couldn't sustain them. And as they fed on the land, they left nothing but destruction in their wake. Nephilim weren't just a threat to humanity, they fought each other too. Their internal battles were fierce and constant. It wasn't enough for them just to fight for dominance, they tore each other apart, bringing more devastation to the world. As they waged war against their own kind, the very foundations of society began to crumble, and humanity was caught in the middle of this ancient conflict. What made the Nephilim even more dangerous wasn't just their size or their bloodthirst. It was the fact that they were the physical manifestation of the Watchers' rebellion. Every act of violence, every scrap of greed, every fight for dominance was a direct result of the choices made by their angelic parents. The Watchers had crossed a line, and in doing so, they created a race of beings who knew no boundaries, who acted only on impulse and instinct, spreading chaos wherever they went. The Nephilim's presence on Earth was more than just an abnormality, it was a turning point in history. Their existence marked the tipping point to where the world, once in balance, was thrown into turmoil. They were both a product and a catalyst of the destruction unleashed by the Watchers. As they wreaked havoc, the natural world began to show signs of strain. The Earth, already scarred by their unchecked greed, could no longer support both humanity and these powerful beings. Humanity, which had been struggling with its own battles for survival, now had to contend with the immense power of the Nephilim. And it wasn't just about the Nephilim's physical impact. Their presence distorted human priorities. As humans watched these giants grow stronger and more domineering, they too began to stray from their original path. The Nephilim weren't just giant in size, they were giants in their influence over human behavior. The more they consumed, the more humanity followed suit. The desire for power, for dominance, became contagious. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about controlling others, taking what wasn't theirs and feeding their own insatiable needs. This reflected the very essence of the Watchers' corruption. They taught humanity to seek and take without understanding the consequences. The world was spiraling further into chaos, and soon the full weight of these actions would become undeniable. What the Watchers had set in motion was no longer something that could be stopped by mere mortal means. The Nephilim, the product of forbidden union and teachings, were now an unstoppable force, pushing the world towards destruction. The chaos on Earth hadn't gone unnoticed, and it was clear something had to be done to restore order. That's where the Archangels stepped in. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel were chosen to deal with the aftermath, each having their own part to play in cleaning up the mess the Watchers had left behind. First up, we have Michael, the warrior Archangel. His job was to confront Samael, the leader of the Watchers, and ensure that he faced the consequences of his rebellion. Michael wasn't just about bringing punishment. He was about restoring balance. He held the Watchers accountable for what they'd done, making sure their defiance didn't go unchallenged. Gabriel had his own tough task, dealing with the Nephilim. These giants, born from the unions of the Watchers and human women, had become a source of destruction. Gabriel stirred up conflict among them, which led to their mutual downfall. With the Nephilim gone, humanity was freed from their violent influence, and the world could begin to heal. Then there was Raphael, whose focus was on Azazel. Azazel's teachings to humanity, especially about war and vanity, had played a massive role in the corruption of the world. Raphael was sent to bind Azazel in darkness, locking him away so that he could no longer lead humanity astray. Azazel would be imprisoned, unable to influence the world he had helped to ruin. Lastly, Uriel took on the difficult task of punishing the Watchers themselves. These angels had broken their vows and betrayed their roles, and their punishment had to reflect that. Uriel was sent to imprison the Watchers beneath the earth, where they would remain cut off from the world they once observed for 70 generations. This was no light punishment. It was a way of isolating them from everything they had once known. But even this wasn't enough to undo the damage. The world had become corrupted to its core. Humanity itself had been infected by the influence of the Watchers, and the earth could no longer support the imbalance they'd caused. So, the earth needed a reset, a way to cleanse itself from the devastation the Watchers had left in their wake. That's where the Great Flood came in. The flood wasn't just about punishing the Watchers for their monstrous offspring. It was about cleansing the earth. It wiped away the corruption, the violence, the greed, and everything else that had been tainted by the Watchers' actions. When the waters receded and the earth began to recover, the world was different. The corruption was gone, and humanity, though still flawed, had the chance to rebuild. And so, what was the fate of the fallen angels? Enoch, a righteous man chosen by God, became the unlikely messenger of the Watchers' doom. His task was to confront these fallen angels and deliver their sentence, a fate they could never escape. Once mighty and revered, the Watchers were now consumed by fear and regret. They pleaded with Enoch, begging him to intercede on their behalf, desperate to undo what they had set in motion. But their betrayal had left a scar too deep to heal, and forgiveness was out of reach. Enoch's visions laid bare the punishment that awaited them. The Watchers were cast into a bleak abyss, a place of unending darkness and torment. Uriel, the Archangel tasked with their imprisonment, described it as a prison built to reflect the gravity of their actions. This wasn't a temporary exile. It was a punishment designed to strip them of the purpose they once held and to leave them in a void they could never escape. Their sentence wasn't just about isolation. Bound beneath the earth for 70 generations, the Watchers were left to await final judgment that would seal their fate for eternity. The significance of this waiting period wasn't lost. It was a long, harrowing countdown, a reminder of the irreversible consequences of their rebellion. The abyss became their home, a stark reflection of the chaos they had unleashed on the world. Enoch, burdened with his visions, saw the full weight of their punishment. The Watchers were no longer the celestial guardians they had once been. Stripped of their power and abandoned in the darkness, they became symbols of their own downfall, a warning to others about the cost of stepping beyond the boundaries set for them. The story of the Watchers isn't just a tale of rebellion. It's a reflection of timeless human struggles. It delves into the consequences of crossing forbidden boundaries, the cost of betrayal, and the allure of knowledge we're not ready to handle. The Watcher's choice to share forbidden secrets wasn't just about defying orders. It shattered the delicate balance between divine guidance and human free will. When they brought knowledge like sorcery, weaponry, and astrology to humanity, it wasn't just a gift, it was a burden. These teachings fueled humanity's greed, violence, and obsession with power. In doing so, the Watchers became a mirror, exposing the darker sides of human nature. Their story asks a pointed question. Who's more to blame? The ones who gave the knowledge or the ones who used it to wreak havoc? The flood ties their narrative to a larger moral reset. It wasn't just a punishment for the Nephilim or the Watchers. It was a reckoning for the world that had embraced the chaos they unleashed. The scale of destruction highlights just how far things had spiraled out of control, with the flood acting as both a devastating end and a new beginning, a clean slate for humanity to try again. What's fascinating is how the Watchers' legacy echoes through other stories. In some interpretations, their rebellion is seen as a precursor to figures like Satan, a being who also defied divine authority. The idea of powerful beings falling from grace resonates across cultures, from Greek titans to fallen gods in other mythologies. It's a theme that taps into universal fears about ambition, hubris, and the consequences of pushing too far. At its heart, the story of the Watchers isn't just about ancient angels and forbidden unions, it's a cautionary tale. It reminds us of the ripple effects of defiance, how a single act can spiral into widespread destruction. It also challenges us to reflect on our own desires for power and control, and whether we're prepared to handle the consequences of getting what we want.
Demons lie. They tempt. They corrupt. They're creatures of passion driven by a frantic and focused intensity. We can understand intensity. We can negotiate with desire. This is no demon. This is an angel. He exists in a state of absolute composure. He is the steward of the void, the keeper of the seal, the one who maintains the key to the deepest reaches of the abyss. He operates through precision. He brings order to the end of things. He releases his power by instruction and mandate, a calm, inevitable mechanism that follows its design to the letter. He is the fulfillment of a cosmic law, and he is more terrifying than any demon. If you too are more terrifying than any demon, check out Pantheon, our brand inspired by myths, legends, and folklore. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. Long before Abaddon became a figure in apocalyptic literature or demonology, the word carried weight. In the Hebrew Bible, Abaddon is presented as a realm or a condition, one linguistically rooted in the Hebrew verb abad, meaning to perish, to vanish, or to be destroyed. But Abaddon is a domain that sits beyond death, where the dissolution of form, identity, and memory is final and unrecoverable. Across multiple Old Testament references, the term appears paired with Sheol, the shadowed land of the dead. In Job 26:6, Sheol is naked before God, and Abaddon has no covering. In Proverbs 15:11, Sheol and Abaddon lie open before the Lord. Together, these two terms are used to describe a landscape of the dead, where Sheol signifies absence and Abaddon signifies erasure. Abaddon is what remains when the self is stripped of story, of form, of return. The presence of Abaddon in wisdom literature isn't incidental. These texts grapple with justice, existential boundaries, and the architecture of creation. Abaddon becomes a theological necessity, a concept that allows for the unmaking of what can't be reconciled. In a cosmology where creation is intentional and covenantal, Abaddon is where what cannot be kept is sent to be unwritten. Not evil nor chaotic, but the theological equivalent of deletion. Essential, deliberate, and terrifying, precisely because it is part of the design. This is where the first psychological fracture opens. Abaddon is framed as a space entirely within God's sight. Abaddon has no covering. This is a realm laid bare to divine awareness. God sees it, God names it, and by implication, God has authorized it. It is built into history, not outside it. In early rabbinic interpretations, Abaddon sometimes becomes the one of the chambers of Gehenna, a transitional space, a deeper level, a darker layer of reality reserved for what can't ascend. Later beliefs would attempt to turn this absence into a presence, to name the thing that dwells in the erasure itself. That is where Abaddon begins to emerge as a being, a function personified, a role assigned. But before that shift, we are left with the unsettling truth that the earliest layers of the Abrahamic worldview included a word, clean, final, and uncompromising, that accounted for what must not come back. Abaddon. Before Abaddon was the destroyer, before the locusts, the keys, or the abyss, there was Muriel. The enthronement of Abaddon, a Coptic Christian apocryphon dated between the 5th and 6th century CE, offers one of the few accounts that dares to give Abaddon a past, and it does so with obedience. According to this esoteric narrative, Abaddon began as Muriel, an angel whose name means God is my incense, a name associated with fragrance, reverence, and liturgical purity. When God resolved to create man, he turned to the angels and commanded them to bring back dust from the earth, the clay from which Adam would be formed. But the earth protested. It cried out, warning that mankind would betray heaven and drown the world in sin. The angels hesitated, refused, wept. Some remained silent, not moved. Except Muriel. He descended into the dark, into the places the others feared. He reached into the substance of the world, the dust, the potential for failure, violence, desire, pride, and he gathered it. The matter of man, the future of sin, the seed of death. It was compliance, but in that moment of descent, Muriel crossed a threshold no other angel had touched. He witnessed the creation and, at the same time, facilitated its risk. And for that act, he was given another task. God said, "Because you are the one who brought the clay for Adam's body, you shall also bring back what remains. You shall preside over the dead, and your name shall no longer be Muriel. You shall be Abaddon." This shift is permanent. The liturgical angel becomes the angel of the end. The incense bearer becomes the keeper of the grave. A reassignment, a decision that the same hand which begins must also end. The creation must be balanced by uncreation, and someone must hold both roles. Muriel becomes Abaddon, and in doing so, he's given a key and told when to turn it. This isn't a descent like Lucifer, but something colder. If Lucifer is the rebel, the one who defied, then Abaddon is the one who obeyed, even when obedience meant becoming terrifying. In some versions of the enthronement of Abaddon, he's enthroned as king of death. He's given jurisdiction, dominion. His throne stands in the place where the bodies are returned, where souls are held, where the abyss waits to be opened. And unlike the demons of folklore who fight for their place or steal it through temptation, Abaddon inherits his title through function. He was chosen because he was the only one willing to carry out the task. In this, a principle is revealed, that horror can arise from faithfulness, that a being can remain entirely within the sanction and still be the most feared name in the underworld. Abaddon's story is grace applied to destruction, order, appointment, system. The one who gathers the dust at the beginning gathers it again at the end. And the cycle is sealed. The abyss is a masterpiece of architecture. It is a structure within creation designed for the specific purpose of containment, a sealed domain defined by boundaries, gates, and locks. It is a functional component of the order, and it operates under the stewardship of one who holds the key, Abaddon. In Revelation 9, the transition is marked by the turning of that key. When the abyss is opened, it is a moment of release for what has been held for an appointed time. From the atmosphere of that realm, a force emerges that operates with absolute adherence to instruction. These are locusts of a specific design. The task is focused and their time frame is fixed, exactly 5 months. The targets are identified by the absence of a specific seal. Their power is granted, constrained, and perfectly directed. They follow a king. Revelation 9:11 identifies him as the angel of the abyss. In Hebrew, his name is Abaddon. In Greek, he is Apollyon. And in Latin, he is Exterminans. Each title describes a singular function, the completion of a cycle. He is the one who brings a conclusion to what is no longer required. Abaddon exists as a figure of authority. He governs the abyss and regulates access to it. He serves the script with total fidelity. He is a mechanism of divine will, appearing when the integrity of creation requires a deliberate conclusion. He executes mandates established before the beginning of time with clinical precision. While other messengers are defined by their relationship to God, Michael has the likeness of God. Gabriel has the strength of God. Abaddon is defined by his action. He is a verb expressed in a sentient form. He is the embodiment of the conclusion. Where others hold identity, he holds function. This is the lifting of containment at the exact hour the design demands. The abyss is the holding chamber for what must be set aside, and Abaddon is its faithful steward. He maintains the integrity of the lock and oversees the timing of the key. He represents the necessity of a final, authorized end. The opening of the deep is a moment of absolute suspension. It is as if the universe holds its breath, waiting for the weight to settle. When the swarm emerges, it takes the form of locusts, but they carry a gravity that the natural world can't explain. These are creatures of a focused order. They have no appetite for the harvest. Their focus is narrow, settled entirely on the human spirit. The function is the maintenance of presence, ensuring that every moment is felt with clarity that is heavy, constant, and unyielding. In almost every tradition, we are taught to look for the end. But Abaddon is defined by the endurance he requires. His locusts are the architects of this presence. The accounts in Revelation describe a window where the boundaries of the grave remain firm. It is a 5-month span where the threshold is held fast. Men look for a finish line that has been moved out of reach. They reach for the silence of the end. But the end has been stayed. This is the steady, breathing reality of Abaddon's dominion. While the end is often viewed as a shadow, here it is revealed as a transition that has been paused. Maintaining the boundary of the living, he enforces a state of existence that demands total, wakeful participation. The locusts are the physical extension of his hand. They operate with a calculation that is focused entirely on the fulfillment of the schedule. They are the instruments of a system that is perfectly aware of the heartbeat and the clock, ensuring the thread of life remains whole until the mandate is complete. In this moment, Abaddon is the overseer of the threshold, standing in the doorway to ensure that no one crosses before the appointed hour. Through his locust army, he manages the access to the finality of things, permitting conclusion only when the design is entirely fulfilled. The most terrifying truths are the sanctioned ones. When Abaddon appears in the old text, the historians and the monks see him, but they provide a different label. Faced with a figure too organized for evil and too devastating to be ignored, they took the only path that offered comfort. They demoted him. They called him a devil, demon, prince of ruin, king of the pit. These names serve to make him smaller, providing a fragile sense of safety. But the reality remains much colder. Abaddon stands by appointment, occupying his role through a specific divine commission. In the book of Revelation, his arrival triggers an absolute crushing silence. The heavens remain quiet because the calendar already accounted for this moment, a scheduled necessity. This part carries a particular weight. While we have a place for outlaws and enemies, Abaddon belongs to the machine. His job encompasses the very things we fear the most: erasure and containment, and the end of the line. Telling ourselves he represents a rebellion feels easier than accepting that a chair always waited for him at the table. In the Middle Ages, stories pulled him into the orbit of hell. They placed him on lists, assigning him ranks and sins to manage. But his nature remained separate. He stays indifferent to the soul, focusing instead on the clock. As a being of singular purpose, Abaddon appears exactly when the conditions are met, when the world hits that specific point in the cycle where the deep must open and the conclusion must start. A principle with a face. To call him a demon is an exit strategy. It offers a reason to look away and claim he exists outside our order. But the evidence suggests otherwise. He forms the interior of the design, the result of a universe building a role for the end and finding someone steady enough to fill it. Abaddon arrives when the contract expires. He answers when the structure calls for the story to conclude. If the thought of a holy messenger overseeing the silence feels unbearable, then perhaps Abaddon is not the source of our fear. The fear lies in the fact that he was always meant to be there. In the Kabbalah, Abaddon appears at the very edge of our understanding, a boundary condition for the soul. He is the force that activates when the way forward is blocked. He stands at the veil, the space between what we can carry with us and what we must leave behind. Abaddon is the one who clears the path, removing the corrupted structures of the past when they can no longer be repaired. Later traditions place him in a role of systemic judgment. In these texts, his name serves to enforce a conclusion, to cut, to end. He is the guardian of the threshold, ensuring that we are permitted to rest rather than being forced to persist in a state of decay. He is a companion for those willing to look at the inevitable. In esoteric writings, Abaddon acts as the angel of cleansing fire. This is fire as a reset. He ensures that what has gone too far is allowed to stop. He is the refusal to let suffering become eternal. He is the mercy of the finish line. Across all these traditions, a single pattern holds. Abaddon is order breaking down into its quietest form. He is the function that remains when everything else has been spent. When the system fails, when the structure bends beyond recovery, he remains steady. He stays present amidst the wreckage. He turns the key. Most of us live with a quiet hope that our existence is a deposit, that even if we vanish, the account remains. We believe that someone, somewhere, is keeping a record. Abaddon is the proof that they aren't. He is not the predator hunting you in the dark. He is the dark. He is the divine realization that some things were never meant to be eternal, including you. He doesn't want your soul. He wants the space it occupies. He is the holy mandate to make the universe empty again. When you feel that specific cold weight in the middle of the night, the one that tells you your life is a temporary loan, that isn't a demon whispering. It's the steward waiting. He's the only one who stays until the very end, to make sure that when you go, nothing of you remains. No echo, no memory, no ghost. He's the one who watches the light go out and feels nothing but the satisfaction of a job well done.
An angel, a demon, a destroyer, a deceiver. He is called the venom of God, the angel of death. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Pantheon mythology and this is Samael. If you too want to be the angel of death, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by myths and legends from around the world. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. There are angels who bring light, messengers who deliver guidance, and warriors who defend the heavens. And then there is Samael. With origins that stretch deep into Jewish mysticism, Samael is not like the others. He does not bring comfort, nor does he bring salvation. His purpose is heavier, his presence is darker. Some say he is an angel, others call him a demon. But the truth is far more complicated. He is the space between, a being of judgment, destruction, and mystery. His name means venom of God or poison of God, a fitting title for a figure who delivers both punishment and corruption in equal measure. Some say his venom is a necessary force, one that cleanses the wicked and enforces the will of the heavens. But others believe that Samael's poison lingers, that it spreads, infecting those he touches, leading them towards temptation, ruin, and ultimately, death. Is he a purifier or a corrupter, a force of order or of chaos? The answer is never clear. Throughout Talmudic and Kabbalistic texts, Samael's role shifts like a shadow in the dark. He is the accuser, standing before God and pointing out the sins of humanity. He is the destroyer, carrying out the sentence that no other angel dares to fulfill. And in some traditions, he is the tempter, the whisper in the dark, the unseen hand that nudges mortals toward their downfall, not in defiance of God's will, but as part of it. But where does he truly belong? Some place him near the heavenly throne, serving as an instrument of justice, unseen but ever present. Others say he lingers in the shadows, watching, waiting, bound to a duty that is both righteous and terrifying. His presence is also deeply tied to the Sitra Akra, meaning the other side. Not hell, not the underworld, but something else entirely. A realm beyond holiness, where disorder and impurity reign. It is a place that exists alongside creation, the reflection of everything sacred but stripped of its light. Samael is not its ruler, but is among its most feared figures, a being who walks between worlds, bridging the space between order and chaos, purity and ruin. Samael does not simply pass judgment. He delivers the sentence. But unlike others who bear his title, Samael's presence is not quiet, nor is it merciful. He does not guide souls. He takes them. Many texts suggest that he is the one who strikes down the living, acting as the force behind sudden death and divine punishment. Some claim that he carries a sword dripping with poison, that those who meet his blade do not simply die, but are marked by his venom, ensuring that their souls are beyond salvation. Others say that he does not need a weapon at all, that his mere presence is enough to drain the life force from those who stand before him. In some traditions, Azrael is also called the Angel of Death, but where Azrael is a silent guide ushering souls to their next existence, Samael is something far more terrifying. He does not wait for death to come, he brings it. If Azrael is the final escort, then Samael is the executioner. But there is something even more unsettling about him. Some believe that Samael takes more than just souls. He relishes in their destruction. Unlike Azrael, who performs his task in an act of necessity, Samael is often depicted as a force that revels in destruction. In some accounts, he's even said to consume the souls he takes, feeding off the essence of those he has claimed. Whether this is meant to be taken literally or as a symbolic warning is unknown, but the message is clear. Samael does not just bring death. He embodies it. His connection to death is not purely mechanical. Some believe that he does not just collect the dead, he ensures they deserve their fate. In some accounts, Samael is presented long before the final moment, whispering to mortals, leading them toward decisions that will seal their doom. A ruler who ignores mercy and wages war, a man who turns his back on salvation, a soul that falls too deeply into darkness. Did they choose their path? Or was Samael already there, guiding them toward destruction? Legends say that those who see his shadow rarely live to speak of it. He offers no solace, no mercy, only consequence. When Samael comes for you, there is no bargaining, no escape, no second chances. Because when Samael arrives, he does not come to warn, he comes to collect. Samael does not only bring death, he brings downfall. Some say he does not wait for souls to meet their end, but instead ensures they fall first. And no story illustrates this better than the first fall of all, Eden. The serpent that lured Eve to the forbidden fruit is often associated with Satan. But in early Jewish mysticism, the deceiver in the Garden of Eden was not an independent force of evil. It was Samael himself. Some suggest that the serpent was merely his instrument, a vessel through which he enacted his true purpose. To lead humanity away from innocence, to ensure their exile, and to introduce suffering into a world that had not yet known it. But why? Samael does not act in open rebellion. Instead, he enforces divine law, even when it leads to suffering. In this interpretation, the fall of humanity was not a tragic mistake but a necessary step in the divine order. Mankind was never meant to remain in paradise untouched by sin. If knowledge was meant to be gained, then who better to be the one to reveal it than the accuser, the judge, the one who ensures no soul remains innocent forever? Some sources take this even further, suggesting that Samael did not act alone. He had an ally. Long before Eve, it is said that Adam had another wife, Lilith. Unlike Eve, she refused to be subservient, fleeing the garden and rejecting her place beneath him. Cast out from paradise, she became something untamed, unbound, a force that refused to submit, and it is here that some believe she found Samael. Their connection is one of destruction and defiance. While Lilith represents the chaos that cannot be controlled, Samael is the judgment that ensures such chaos does not go unpunished. In some texts, the two are described as consorts, bound together in a union that mirrors the fall of mankind itself, one that exists outside divine purity, forever tied to the realm of darkness and exile. Even more unsettling are the accounts that claim their offspring still walk the earth. Some say that from their union came legions of demonic spirits, beings that continue to whisper to humanity, to lure them towards destruction just as Samael might have done in Eden. If true, then this corruption did not end with the first sin. It continues, unseen, shaping the world in ways that mortals may never fully understand. Before Satan became known as the ruler of hell, there was another who stood in the role of the adversary, not as a force opposing God, but as one acting within divine law. In the earliest writings, Samael was the one called Satan, meaning the accuser. Unlike the Christian devil, who seeks to overthrow God's rule, Samael's function has always been to test, to challenge, to expose weakness, ensuring that no soul goes unjudged. This distinction is crucial. In later interpretations, Satan became the embodiment of rebellion, a fallen angel who sought to defy the heavens. But Samael's purpose was never about defiance. It was about consequence. If mankind's fall was inevitable, then it was Samael who ensured the path was taken. His voice whispered the first temptation, his influence led them to the moment of decision, his hand pushed them towards exile. And if that is true, then Samael did not betray divine will. He fulfilled it. Samael's nature has always been ambiguous, an angel to some, a destroyer to others. But over time, something changed. Where once he was seen as a divine enforcer, later interpretations cast him in a far darker light. In Gnostic writings, Samael takes on an even more sinister role. Here, he is not merely an angel of destruction. He is the demiurge, the blind and arrogant being who rules over the material world. To the Gnostics, the physical world is a prison, an illusion meant to trap the soul. And it is Samael, sometimes called Yaldabaoth, who maintains this false reality, believing himself to be the true God. His name, reinterpreted to mean blind God, reflects this deception. In this version of his story, Samael is no longer just a being of judgment. He is the reason mortals remain bound to suffering. The laws he enforces do not lead to salvation, but perpetuate an endless cycle of illusion, keeping humanity from ever escaping into enlightenment. But even within Jewish mysticism, his image continued to darken. The Zohar, one of the most influential Kabbalistic texts, presents him as both an angel of justice and a corrupter. He is still an enforcer of divine law, but his influence breeds impurity. Some passages describe his presence in the realm of darkness, where he presides over forces that challenge divine order, ensuring that judgment and temptation are forever intertwined. It is in these later interpretations that Samael becomes something far more complex, not just a feared angel, but a force teetering on the edge of damnation. Was he still serving divine law, or had he truly fallen? The more he was associated with corruption, temptation, and deception, the more his name became synonymous with something terrifying. Once, Samael was the hand that enforced judgment. Now he had become the shadow that consumed it. Samael's presence did not fade with ancient texts. He continues to be invoked, feared, and reinterpreted in modern esoteric traditions, not as a simple villain, but as a force of power, destruction, and transformation. In occult mysticism, Samael is sometimes called upon as a being of raw power and severe judgment. His connection to death, punishment, and purification make him a significant figure in ritual practices involving banishment, breaking limitations, and confronting one's shadow. In some interpretations, he is not a demon to be feared, but a force that strips away illusion, revealing harsh but necessary truths. In Luciferian traditions, Samael is viewed as a liberator rather than a malevolent being. Some see him as a destroyer of blind faith, one who forces mortals to confront their nature rather than accept imposed divine law. Others call upon his association with severity and discipline, believing that through hardship one may gain strength and wisdom. In Kabbalistic mysticism, Samael is sometimes linked to the Qlipot, the dark counterpart to the divine Sephirot. While the Sephirot represent the ordered aspects of divine energy, the Qlipot are said to embody the chaotic forces that exist outside divine holiness. Samael's presence in this sphere is not inherently evil, rather he is the force that tests, purifies, and destroys that which is weak. However, his name is also invoked in darker rituals, where he is treated as a bringer of misfortune, chaos, or forbidden knowledge. Some believe that calling upon Samael improperly can lead to disastrous consequences, as his energy is not one of mercy, but one of judgment. This is why, in some traditions, he is both feared and respected, a figure who can grant power, but demands a price. What is certain is that Samael's role has never been forgotten. He is not merely a relic of ancient texts, but a force that continues to shape esoteric thought and occult practices today. Some seek his guidance, others fear his wrath. But whether called upon for power, wisdom, or destruction, his name still carries weight. Samael is destruction and judgment, chaos and order, being feared across centuries, invoked in whispers, condemned in scripture, and revered in secret. He is the shadow that looms over every transgression, the force that ensures no sin goes unnoticed, no soul goes untested. Some call him an angel, a necessary hand of divine will. Others say he is the greatest deceiver, a force of corruption lurking beneath every fall. But perhaps the distinction was never meant to be clear. So, is Samael a servant of God, or its greatest enemy? The line between angel and demon is thin. Perhaps it never existed at all.
For centuries, we've looked to heaven, prayed to God, to angels. We ask for guidance and protection. But for many, prayer travels in one direction. In the late 1500s, an English scholar believed something else was possible. He claimed to communicate with the beings beyond our realm. They taught him their language, and he wrote it down, letter by letter, word by word. He believed they were angels. They had to be angels, right? If you too communicate with forces beyond our realm, check out Pantheon, our brand inspired by myths, legends and folklore. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot. Link in the description. For the man at the centre of this story, the pursuit of knowledge was a calling. His name was John Dee, and in the 16th century he was considered one of the most educated men in England. Dee lived during the Renaissance, a time when scholars believed the universe could be understood through careful study of nature, mathematics and the ancient texts. To many of these thinkers, science, religion and philosophy were different ways of approaching the same question. How does the universe actually work? a question Dee embraced completely. He studied mathematics, astronomy, geometry, navigation, optics, and classical philosophy, fields that shaped the future. Mathematics allowed ships to cross oceans. Astronomy allowed sailors to navigate the night sky. Knowledge of geography and cartography was beginning to reshape the political ambitions of nations. England stood at the beginning of an age of exploration, and Dee believed knowledge would determine who mastered it. His reputation eventually brought him to the orbit of Elizabeth I. Dee advised the Queen on matters of astrology and mathematics, and he even calculated the most favourable date for her coronation. But while Dee was respected as a scholar, his ambitions went much further than practical science. At his home in Mortlake on the banks of the River Thames, Dee assembled one of the largest private libraries in England. It contained thousands of books and manuscripts covering subjects from classical philosophy and mathematics to alchemy, theology, and the writings of thinkers like Pythagoras, Plato, and Hermes Trismegistus. For Dee, these works were fragments of a much larger puzzle. He believed that the universe was built on hidden order, an underlying structure waiting to be uncovered by those determined enough to search for it, and if that order truly existed, then somewhere behind the visible world there had to be intelligence guiding it. Dee believed angels were part of that architecture, messengers between the divine and the human world. And if that were the case, could they be contacted? For all of Dee's learning, there was one problem he couldn't solve on his own. He could study scripture, he could trace celestial movements, he could search ancient texts for hints of hidden knowledge, but none of that really gave him what he truly wanted, which was direct contact. He wanted to access them. That desire pushed him toward a practice known as scrying, a form of divination in which visions are sought through a reflective surface, most often a crystal or a polished stone or a black mirror. Variations existed for centuries tied to magic, prophecy, and attempts to receive knowledge from beyond what we can see. What made Dee's use of it different was the seriousness with which he approached it, a structured attempt to establish contact with intelligence he believed was real. The man who made that possible was Edward Kelly. Kelly remains one of the strongest figures in the entire story because he stood in complete contrast to Dee. Where Dee was scholarly, disciplined, and intellectually formidable, Kelly carried a far murkier reputation. He was younger, harder to read, and already associated with alchemy, spirit communication, and dubious claims before entering Dee's world. Accounts of his life are full of uncertainty, rumour, and suspicion. However, from this point onward, nearly everything Dee received depended on Kelly. He was the seer. During their sessions, Dee and Kelly would prepare the space carefully. Prayers were said, ritual purification mattered. It was sacred work, after all. Kelly would then gaze into a scrying stone or crystal, waiting for images to appear. Dee usually sat beside him, asking questions, listening, and writing. Kelly described what he saw. Dee recorded it with painstaking attention. Dee never saw the angels himself. He heard them through Kelly. Every figure, every voice, every symbol, every command entered Dee's journal through the testimony of one man staring into a stone. Yet Dee treated these sessions with extraordinary seriousness. His records were detailed, methodical, and relentless. He noted dates, questions, responses, names, arrangements of letters, instructions, cosmological diagrams. Whatever was happening in that room, Dee believed it deserved to be captured with precision. At first, the communications followed a pattern that would have felt familiar within a religious framework. The beings identified themselves as angelic messengers. They spoke of divine matters, morality, order, and the fabric of creation. Dee believed he was receiving instruction from higher intelligences. This was never simply about curiosity. Dee was taking part in a restoration of sacred knowledge, something ancient and purposeful. It was revelation. They gave names. They gave sequences. They gave instructions that Dee recorded exactly as he heard them. Over time, the sessions grew more elaborate, more technical, more demanding. The material accumulated into patterns, ordered patterns, repeated forms, hierarchies. From now, Enochian magic starts to emerge piece by piece through repeated sessions. Dee's role in this process was vital. Kelly sought and spoke, but Dee preserved, organised and pursued. He asked questions, he sought clarification, he treated the entire process as something that could be understood if it was recorded carefully enough. Without Dee, the visions would have vanished into rumour. Without Kelly, Dee would have no voices to record. Enochian magic developed from that partnership, uneasy, imbalanced, and completely dependent on trust. One man believed, one man saw, and between them, a body of material began to form that claimed to come from angels themselves. By the standards of the time, this didn't place Dee neatly outside religion. Europe still allowed room for the belief that the heavens communicated, but what made Dee's work unusual was the scale of what followed. The communications kept coming, the content kept expanding, and what first appeared as a search for wisdom gradually became something far more ambitious. A language was beginning to take shape. The first element Dee received was the alphabet. The angels revealed a sequence of letters, each with its own name and sound. Dee carefully copied the characters into his notebooks exactly as they were presented. The script looks nothing like the Latin alphabet used across Europe at the time. Each letter carries an unfamiliar form, almost geometric in its simplicity. In the material preserved in Dee's journals, the alphabet contains 21 letters, each with its own spoken name, which Dee believed to reflect its true sound in angelic speech. In this way, the alphabet functioned as both a written script and as a key to pronunciation. Once the alphabet had been established, words began to appear. Some were thought to be names, others looked like titles or ranks among the angels. Dee recorded these words with extraordinary care, often writing them down letter by letter as Kelly dictated them. Over time, a vocabulary began to accumulate, and certain words began appearing repeatedly across different sessions. What makes Enochian unusual is that the language appeared gradually through dialogue. Dee would ask questions, the angels would respond. New words would appear alongside familiar ones. Occasionally the angels would translate a phrase into English, offering Dee clues into meaning and context. From these fragments, scholars later attempted to reconstruct how the language might work. Some patterns emerged. Many Enochian words appear to follow consistent sound structures, suggesting a phonetic logic behind them. Certain grammatical patterns also appear in the longer passages recorded in Dee's notebooks, indicating that the language was more than a random collection of invented sounds. But the most important part of the language lies in the longer invocations known as the calls, sometimes referred to as the keys. These passages form the core of what Dee believed he had received. The calls are extended pieces of angelic speech delivered during the sessions and preserved in Dee's journals. Each one contains sequences of Enochian words arranged in a particular order, forming what Dee believed were formal addresses to the angels. In total, 19 of these calls were recorded. The first two are more general in nature, addressing the power and authority of the heavenly order. The remaining calls correspond to different regions of the spiritual world described during these sessions. When spoken aloud, they were believed to allow the speaker to communicate with the intelligences governing those realms, and if that belief was true, then Dee had not merely discovered a language, he had discovered a way of speaking to angels. The language was only one part of what the angels revealed. Alongside the words and invocations, Dee began recording something far more elaborate. Diagrams, large grids filled with letters arranged in precise patterns, known as the Enochian tablets. Each tablet is a grid of letters arranged in 12 rows and 13 columns. At first glance they resembled nothing but a collection of strange characters scattered across a page, but Dee believed the placement of every letter carried meaning, and that the arrangement of those letters concealed names that could be discovered by reading the grid in different directions. In total, 4 primary tablets were revealed. Each one corresponded to the classical elements believed to shape the world: earth, air, water and fire. Later writers would refer to these elemental tablets as the watchtowers, vast regions of the angelic world populated by different orders of angels whose names could be discovered within the letters of the grids. Each tablet is also divided into 4 smaller sections, creating 16 regions across the tablets. Within those regions are different names that appear, depending on how the letters are read, with rows, columns, and intersecting sequences revealing different results. This meant a single tablet could contain dozens of names layered within the same grid. Brain hurting yet? Now let's talk about the ethers. The system describes 30 vast regions arranged beyond the world represented in the tablets. These regions are called the ethers. If the elemental tablets represent the world we can see and touch, the horizontal map of our universe, the ethers, represents the dimensions behind it. Imagine the universe as an onion with 30 layers. The outermost layer, the 30th ether, is the one closest to our physical reality. It is the densest and most human. As you move inward toward the first ether, the atmosphere changes. The laws of physics fall away, replaced by pure spiritual energy and increasingly alien intelligences. The names were recorded as Tex, Re, Bag, Zid, Des, Ern, Za, Pop, Zom, and so on, through all 30 levels. Forgive the pronunciation, it's been a while since I last spoke Angel. Each name identified a particular ether and served as a focus when attempting to approach that realm. The ethers were connected directly to the calls. Remember them? The 19th call is associated with the ethers. By reciting this call while concentrating on the name of a particular ether, you're believed to gain access to visions connected with that level. The sequence always begins with the 30th ether and progresses upwards. Each step is thought to move closer to the highest levels of the angelic world. Dee recorded the existence and order of the ethers, but his journals contain very little direct exploration of them. Most of the accounts connected with the ethers appeared centuries later. In the early 20th century, Aleister Crowley conducted a series of rituals intended to explore the ethers one by one, working with the 19th call. He attempted to enter each level in sequence, recording the visions that followed. These records were later published as The Vision and the Voice, a text describing Crowley's experiences as he moved through the 30 ethers from Tex, the lowest level, upward to Lil, the highest. For later practitioners of Enochian magic, the ethers became the most significant parts of the system. They provided a series of realms that could be explored step by step. Unlike the tablets, which describe the arrangement of angels within the elemental world, the ethers describe a much larger ladder, extending far beyond it. By the 1580s, the angel sessions had been running for several years. Dee had filled thousands of pages with records of the communications. The language had been delivered, the tablets had been revealed, the ethers had been described, the work represented by a vast body of knowledge passed down from the angels. But the tone of the sessions began to shift. The communications became more personal. The instructions were no longer limited to cosmology or language. Instead, the angels began issuing commands directly specifically at Dee and Kelly. Some of these instructions involved ritual behavior. Others involved travel. Dee and Kelly spent several years moving across Europe, seeking patronage from nobles and emperors while continuing their sessions along the way. They visited cities across Poland and Bohemia, and eventually entered the court of the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II. It was during this period that the most controversial instruction appeared. In 1587, Kelly reported a message from the angel Madimi. Dee and Kelly were to share everything they possessed with one another. At first, this sounded like a demand for spiritual unity. The angels insisted that the two men must hold nothing back, no secrets, no property, no divisions between them. Then the instruction became more explicit. The command included their wives. Dee recorded the event in his diary with visible hesitation. He wrote about the instruction carefully and at length, struggling to interpret whether the command was literal or symbolic. Kelly, by contrast, insisted that the angels meant exactly what they said. For Dee, this created a terrible dilemma. If the angels truly were divine messengers, then refusing their command meant rejecting the very authority he had spent years trying to reach. Yet the instruction itself was deeply disturbing. The two men argued over the message for weeks. Eventually, Dee recorded that the command had been carried out. The details remain unclear, but the diary entry dated 22nd of May 1587 suggests that the wives were indeed involved in the arrangement the angels had demanded. From that point onward, the partnership began to fracture. Trust between the two men deteriorated rapidly. Dee, continuing to believe the angelic communications were genuine, Kelly appeared increasingly uncomfortable with the direction the sessions had taken. Within a short time, the angel sessions stopped entirely. Kelly pursued alchemical work under the patronage of European nobles and eventually died while imprisoned after attempting to escape custody. Dee returned to England in 1589 to find his home in Mortlake looted and many of his books missing. The voices never returned, but the records that remained in Dee's journals would later become the foundation of what we now call Enochian magic. I know what you're thinking. Were they really conversations with angelic beings? Well, there are several theories. The most straightforward is that Edward Kelly was deceiving John Dee. Kelly was the scryer. He was the one staring into the stone. He was the one describing the figures, repeating the words, relaying the names, the commands, the diagrams. Dee never saw any of it for himself. Every message entered the record through Kelly's mouth. Suspicious. Could Kelly have been inventing them? There are reasons people have suspected him. Kelly had a murky reputation even before entering Dee's circle. He also had more to gain than Dee in practical terms. Dee was already respected. Kelly was still trying to become someone. Access to a man like Dee gave him status and opportunity. If he could convince one of the smartest men in England that angels were speaking through him, he would immediately become indispensable. But that theory raises problems of its own. The material is enormous, developed over years. If Kelly was making all of it up, then he was improvising an extraordinarily large and complicated body of material while keeping pace with a man who was trained to notice patterns, inconsistencies, and contradictions. It doesn't make deception impossible, but it makes it harder to accept as the full answer. Another possibility is that neither man was consciously lying. Under this theory, the sessions were real experiences, but not in the sense Dee believed. Kelly may have genuinely seen something in the stone, or at least believed that he did. Dee may have genuinely believed that the messages were external. The visions, the names, the voices, the instructions could have emerged through a kind of psychological shared process, shaped by expectation and the intense pressure both men brought into the room. It's a possibility that becomes easier to understand once you remember who these men were. Dee had spent years preparing himself for contact with the higher beings. He believed that divine knowledge existed. He believed angels were messengers between worlds. Kelly stepped into that environment as the man expected to see what Dee couldn't. One man wanted revelation, the other man became its instrument, a kind of arrangement where belief can become productive. Their sessions could have generated a reality powerful enough to shape both men without requiring either of them to consciously fabricate it. But there is another theory where the story darkens. What if it wasn't angels they were speaking to, but something demonic? It was embedded into the religious world they lived in. Visions could deceive, voices could lie. A being appearing bright, orderly and wise didn't prove that it came from heaven. In many religions, deception works precisely by appearing convincing at first. Falsehood often arrives dressed as revelation. The beings speak about divine matters. They present themselves as messengers. They reveal language, hierarchy, cosmology. The material looks elevated, intelligent. But as they continue, the tone shifts. The instructions become stranger, the demands become more personal, the communications begin intruding into the lives of the men receiving them. Eventually, they culminate in commands that strain trust, fracture the partnership, and leave a lasting damage. If the voices were demonic, the argument goes, then the deception would begin with fascination. Order first, mystery next, compulsion after that. And this theory would have felt very real to people at the time. To a 16th century Christian observer, the idea that hidden spirits might disguise themselves as angels was far more plausible than the idea that a new angelic language had been entrusted to an English scholar and his seer. And then, of course, there is the final possibility. That Dee was right. That all of it came from intelligences beyond our world. It's the hardest one for us to accept, yet it's the one that explains the story exactly as Dee understood it. In his mind, the question was never whether angels could speak. The real question was whether human beings could become worthy of hearing them. It's a bit unsettling, isn't it? None of these theories fully closes it. Fraud explains Kelly, but not the scale of the material. Shared belief explains the atmosphere, but not why the language feels so strange. Demonic deception explains the darker turn, but depends on accepting beliefs many of us no longer share. Genuine revelation explains the coherence of Dee's faith, but opens a door most would rather keep shut. Which leaves the story in the same place it always has been. Somewhere between revelation and performance, between devotion and illusion, between heaven and something pretending to be heaven. For centuries we've looked to heaven, prayed to God and angels. We asked for guidance and protection, and in the late 1500s, something answered an English scholar. 4 centuries have passed since those sessions ended, but the language still exists. The calls can still be spoken. The tablets can still be arranged. The names can still be read from the grids exactly as Dee recorded them. Nothing about the system has been lost, which means the same possibility still exists today as it did in Dee's study at Mortlake. Someone can still stand in a quiet room, speak those words, and wait. And if those words are spoken again tonight, who answers? Good night.